last time, you guys were mostly dealing with the aftermath of the... We'll say the
Dome of destruction?
Well, there was the Prism Dome, but more so than that, actually, for last session, you guys were dealing with the events following finding out that the leadership in Gongili was tainted, or better said, replaced, is what you eventually figured out. At some point, likely on the day that Gurgle remembers as effectively when he lost his family. But after figuring out that event, you guys had a battle with what was the Yuan-Ti that was posing as a Logi, and the individuals that still sided with him. After the aftermath of that broke down, unfortunately, a lot of the current leadership in Gongili had died. Smiley was set up to be the acting chief. You guys went back.
You said Smiley.
Did I do it again? My bad. Slimy was set up to be acting chief. You guys took a prisoner of war, effectively. A
Purple Grung.
Yuan-Ti sympathizer that did not... Really, he didn't give you that much information, but you interrogated him before bringing him back to the Grung Temple and leaving him to be judged by whatever the creature that Gurgle... I was going to say interacted with in the depths, but you didn't really interact with him other than seeing how it affected the pool. From there, you guys actually just had a little bit more conversation. Probably maybe deliberated a little bit too long on what you wanted, or where you wanted to go, whether or not you wanted to go to Ravenhold.
Just the right amount of time.
Sure. Whatever the case is, I actually still don't know exactly where you guys decided you want to go, but where you did land on is you went back and spoke with the Guardian. He gave you a bit more information. You guys learned more about a lot of things, actually. It was a little bit of an information dump that you were having while discussing with the Guardian. He was telling you about the different things that he had encountered specifically in the cube, and a little bit of his interactions with Rickshaw and why he might be trying to, or why he was trying to obtain the power of the forest, before you yourselves, at least some of you, decided to venture into the cubes yourself. You ended up branching off and exploring a few different possibilities within the cube before coming out in turn. I believe you were Gurgle was the first to exit.
Zephyr, myself.
Yes. With yourself being the last one in the last iteration, you discovered that in some facet, Ralamon is apparently still alive. He's currently seems to be living in the cube and running from something that's hunting him in the cube. Your assumption, as you encountered him briefly, was the gatekeeper along with a hooded figure who you saw a tattoo on his arm, but you didn't really see any other aspects of the individual. As soon as they determined that Ralamon was not there, they left the instance, and then shortly thereafter is when you elected to leave as well. From there, you guys used a little bit more of your favor with the Guardian to just have him teleport you out to the edge of the forest, where Dalaran and the Wyvern Riders were waiting via request from Razu, what would be the day before. And yeah, that would be where we were starting. So again, you guys have just been teleported to the edge of the Dryson Woods. You see Dalaran with your wyverns, with the wyverns that you were riding. Your wyvern specifically would be there, Razu, as you're the one who actually owns one. And Dalaran coming up to greet you guys again. I don't remember exactly what I had him say last time, so we're just going to start there as Dalaran approaches, and he says, "Well, now, it's been a while. I was never worried. I assumed that you would all be fine, but it seems you were successful. Tell me, what was the problem? What were the events here?"
Oh, here I don't know what happened here. We were in the swamp with Gurgle's people.
That would be what I was referring to.
Azoth's
gesturing towards the woods.
Azoth's assassins, as usual.
They continue to be prevalent. Then
there's some snake people.
The relations with the Yuan-Ti, as well as some of the dragon folk, it seems, have started to run a little bit deep.
We ate some.
In the time that you've been...
We didn't eat any turds.
Yeah, it's been 2 fucking years.
No, Tiku.
Closer to a year and a half.
We're just at normal snakes, Terror.
That big snake monster I hacked up for Tiku, and she cooked with it.
She did cook some of the Yuan-Ti, just so you know. That said,
I don't know.
Dallin kind of picking up and says, yeah, so
They're
in
delicious.
the year and a half, close to 2 years that you've been gone, they haven't been inactive on the outside either. It seems that the individuals from Rosalcar, as well as even some of those from the Tower of Mistra, a bit surprising as we thought that they were more so on neutral terms or hostile terms from each other, they seem to have some kind of an influence or interaction. That is to say, they've been moving while you guys have been gone.
Dalaran.
It's Dalaran.
Dalaran. I got a question. Oh, okay. Is my sentence up?
I was not in charge of your sentence. I don't know the details of it.
Is Kleider still awesome?
Kleider doesn't... I don't interact with him that much either, no. I don't know. My interactions with Kleider have been far and few between. However, our interactions have been going quite favorably. We've been able to track down a few more of... they've been most commonly referred to as divergence among our core. The most recent has been identified to be in Zinderhold. Seems to be participating in the... Well, trying to rank up within their games or their competitions. I haven't had a chance to review it myself. But, all that is to say, it is good to have all of you back. What is your plan for now?
Firstly, we plan to head back to Zubrikar. I'll recap the king.
Ravenhold first.
I mean, I thought
And
we
the
were going
order.
to Ravenhold.
I think we're going to Ravenshold, then we're going to his house, then we're going to Zaprikar.
I thought his house was in Zaprikar.
No.
It's very close to Zabrikar.
It's like south. This way.
Well,
Suffice it to
West,
say,
southwest. That's
as far as the
Talk
plan
to a
that I'm
Minotaur.
aware of,
I know where the directions are.
I think we're fine to stop by Zaprikar first.
that
and
is the
then-
plan.
I wasn't doing
Yeah.
that for you. I was doing that for me.
Yeah, Zaprikar first,
Oh.
then we'll head to my hometown, and then we can
just
head
ask. Oh,
up to
we're going
Zinderhold from
to
there.
the Ravenshold to unlock the teleporter for faster travel. Then we will be heading back to Zubrikar. I'll inform the king and the guard and the order of the events that have entailed here.
It might be a bit problematic, as His Majesty has recently been called to... You know, I'm not 100% sure. There's a new land that's been discovered, or discovered is a loose way to put it. It was discovered a while ago, but some new events have arisen. Father, as well as some of the leadership from Kalazmir, in fact, some of the leaders here as well. If you want information on where Kleider is now, he also accompanied him.
A continent or an island?
Dude,
It
see, I
is
told
a,
you,
uh,
Kleider's kind of a big deal.
It would be considered a continent. It is quite large. It was known, but it has a very hostile environment. It was hard to approach. Whatever the case is, much of the leadership has recently left.
Why is it hard to
Currently, the
approach?
standing leader of Baklaval, His Majesty, again, Kleider as a representative from Ikladon, and even a representative from the Wild Mother's Fortress. So that is to say, much of the leadership is actually currently...
Any from Zinderhold?
Not that I know of, no. Zinderhold doesn't truly have leadership in the way that you would think with most cities. Zinderhold is much
really-
more of a...
It'd be really hard for them to
Nomadic.
send leadership if their leadership's constantly always being challenged.
Well, it's more so a gathering of strength. And, understood... I was going to say camaraderie, but I'm not sure it's the right word. Whatever the case is, it would be hard to explain the situation to His Majesty, as he is currently not present here on Altiera. That said,
Can we send a message to one of His Majesty's acquaintances?
you would speak with my elder brother, who is standing for him, as he was when you were first in Zoprikar. He is currently acting leader, Mutalim being in his current station, but not
Unwritten?
yes, he's not who you'd be reporting to. So, you will simply need to speak with my elder brother.
Maybe
That
we
said,
shouldn't head back to Zabrikar. Last time we did that, we kind of got Mutalim disowned.
We need to check on our estates. We need to make sure everything in Nor. We've been gone a very long time.
that is completely up to all of you. That said, I've actually already been here for perhaps a little bit too long. We were checking in, and we were actually on our way back to Zoprakar when you sent word that you're successful in your mission. So obviously we turned around, and he gestures to the small grouping of your current core members mainly, as well as the wyverns that you guys had come in on initially, including yours.
Well, for what it's worth, you could just drop us off in Ravenshold. You don't actually have to stay.
Well, I was actually just going to leave some of the wyverns with you. For myself, anyways, my brother has called me. It seems representation of Zinterhold has made their way to Zoprakar. Some kind of request for battle from a few of the higher-ranking members in Zoprakar.
Informing information for you. We've been challenged in Cinderhold. We must appear or respond within 3 months for a date to be made.
Well, Razu's been challenged.
Well,
Dalaran's part of my troop.
as am I.
Do you know when you were challenged? Did they give you any kind of a reason, by chance?
My seat has been challenged. I'm assuming they're just a lower seat trying to take a higher one.
That would be a safe assumption in normal circumstances, but from what I understand, most of the seats have been issued a challenge.
By who?
We are unsure, but it seems to be coming from the same person. The right to challenge is open-ended, effectively.
So
but
they're trying to gather all of the strongest in Cinderhold. Is this for a distraction?
we don't know. That's part of what I'm currently looking into. I was planning to meet with my brother back in Zinderhold, give him a report of what my findings in Ravenshold, which unfortunately isn't much. Their champion has also been summoned to Zinderhold. He either left recently or he refused to see me. I kind of seemed to get a little bit of a runaround, almost like they were trying to play that he was in the city, but I get the impression he's gone already.
From my knowledge, if one of the team members doesn't show up, we just have to participate without them, yes?
That is my understanding as well, yes?
So, we'll go figure it out. And if you need to appear, I'll message you through the stone.
Well,
If you don't, you can solve matters elsewhere.
we're going to beat them to Sabrakar. He's going to be meeting us there.
Yes, from what you're saying, there is a good chance that I will arrive first, depending on what my brother's decision
We'll
is.
arrive first.
Perhaps,
He
but
plans to use the teleport circle in Ravenshold.
Correct.
depending on what you're planning to do with your estates, I might still beat you. But that is all beside the point. The biggest thing that I would mention to you, I don't know why. You are correct. They seem to be gathering the strongest on Altira conveniently in the absence of most leadership. So it's almost as if each city is being left not
Conspicuously undefended, yeah.
not necessarily undefended. From what I can tell, and I could be wrong, there is a reason that they're gathering all these stronger individuals at Zinderhold, but I don't believe I don't think there'll be an attack on the cities in their absence. It's just suspicious that in the absence of leadership, they're gathering all of the strongest that they can find.
Unless they want to do something similar to what they just did. Time magic bullshit. Trap everyone in there for a year. Do whatever they want outside.
I don't know exactly. Currently, but this is technically not... This is above board for most. However, you all have been quite helpful, and with your stations arrived, apart from some of you. He effectively would almost try to lower like a bit of a whisper. It's very clear that he's trying to kind of talk to you guys and not tell Terrence. As he does not have as much. Same thing would actually be applicable for Tiku. I forgot because she's not currently here, but for Tiku and for Terrence, he would seem much more on edge for explaining the information to you. So almost like kind of pulling what would be the four of you guys a little bit closer and a little bit lower tone. He says, the individual that seems to be calling or challenging all these strong individuals in Zinderhold, first off, something I have been able to determine is that it is a group, but this is the main job I'm currently on assignment for my brother. In fact, in your absence, Razu, this is the main directive that our order has taken on. we are looking into the whereabouts of this individual and who, why, or I guess how many, as we believe it's more than one. I have strong reason to believe that it may be associated with Azov and that grouping as well, but we're not entirely sure. But that is all I currently have to report. I'm sorry I haven't been able to gather more in the time you guys have been gone. It's been an interesting year.
Well, it seems to me with the lack of power that would probably be absent in Zoprakar. Unless it seems necessary, you might not need to participate in the challenge.
Well, I hope that is not the case, as I would love nothing more than to compete in Zinderhold in the finest battles. However, depending on the needs of the city, I do still have a first responsibility, and that is to His Majesty, and currently in his absence, to my eldest brother. So, is there anything you all need from me, or perhaps any word I can carry to Zapakar in your stead, as I will be traversing that way, it seems first?
Seeming we should...
Again, how much, couldn't the wyvern carry all of us?
Strength-wise, yes, but it wouldn't be comfortable. Only one person can ride a wyvern.
I thought it was 2 people could ride a wyvern.
As long as they're not too big. So, like, Terrence would have to ride a wyvern solo, but, like, Gurgle and one of you guys could ride a wyvern.
So if we did Terrence and Tiku,
my concept,
2 and 2, we could do 3.
My concept with that
Yeah,
is...
I would say yes for that.
So, just to speed things up, if we're going to Ravenhold to use the teleportation circle and you have no business there, you can head straight for Zoprakar. We'll split up, teleport from Ravenhold there.
They're planning on just heading straight to Zapakar.
Exactly. How many can you teleport?
Doesn't matter.
So you could just teleport everyone?
I could, if they're fast enough. But
So
I could
we-
also just cast it again.
Then we could all just go to Ravenhold and teleport to Zoprakar.
Unless you need to patrol on the way back.
That is part of what we'd be looking to do. So, again, the strongest have been summoned to Zinderhold, and there's a great deal of absent leadership currently across Altira. Part of what we are doing by... call it a show of force. The Wyvern Riders are currently one of the strongest, what is to say, dispatching units that can be utilized in, at least in the eastern side of Altira. So, by patrolling and actually flying there ourselves, we're putting on a bit of a show, you could say. It also allows us to check on the different trade routes between Baklaval, Ikladon, Zoprakar, and even some in Zinderhold that have arisen in all of your absence. Those aren't official trade lines, more so just deals of convenience. Zinderhold seems very good at that. That is to say, unfortunately, even if it may be a bit of a time saver, I believe for the overall sanity and safety of the trade routes and the people of our alliance, it would best behoove us to still take our wyverns and make our normal patrols on the way back to Zoprakar.
Makes sense. In my absence, with our group being the main information gatherers, brief me on the responsibilities currently on our group.
Well, currently, as unfortunately, despite your current station, you are uninformed on many of the events. I would actually continue in what your original directive was. Continue to look for the divergence and the problems that may arise from them, as despite our some successful endeavors, we've dispatched with 3 since you've left, it seems they've figured out how to spread the mutation a little bit further. So, as I'm sure you've encountered, there have been some beasts that have made their way out from this prism, from the Dryson Woods, specifically into the woods near Stilmakar, but even branching into some of the trade routes. This is part of why our patrols have been set up. Creatures are mutating, and somehow it seems to be mutating more than just here. It's not quite in the same fashion, from what we've heard from any kind of reports from the Dryson Woods, but the influence of creatures, that is to say, life on Altira is changing.
Divergents are blood hunters, right?
Yes, that's what they're referring to. Blood hunters as divergents.
It seemed that in that orb, we don't know if that had any direct to the divergent blood, but things were changing, races mixed together. I myself even started to change into a stone-like creature. We think it might have to do with the power of artifacts. The artifact in the grove of this forest can be harnessed to create orbs such as this. We should look into Zinderhold having one of these to potentially lock everyone there inside.
I mean, we could look for magical artifacts within Zinderhold, but if something is powerful enough to seal all the individuals called there, I'm not sure there's much we could do about it. But I'll heed your words. I'll pass it to the core, and we'll see what we can find. Currently, within Zoprakar, we've quickly made a name for ourselves as some of the best information gatherers. So as well as an open invitation to all of you, due to our friendly relations, if you're simply hunting information, we've gotten quite good at that too. A few networks set up, mostly in eastern and southern Altira. To the north, and more particularly the northwest, it can be a little bit harder and longer to get information, but we can still do our best.
Have you heard of a sentient death robot? Last seen in Stilmakar.
Conversation like that.
It's the one made by Therakam's stone.
Oh, a golem.
Yes.
Definitely would be a bit different. The gnomes have started to work on some interesting designs. However, I would never refer to Broshak as a
He tried to kill us.
death robot.
And he very nearly succeeded.
That's why I was thinking about talking to the king. We need to have a message sent to Therakam's stone.
Oh, good news for you. My brother could still handle that. So perhaps just discuss with him when you arrive. I know of Broshak.
If you find
I know
him,
he
let
is.
me know. He took something very important to me. And I have to get it back.
Last we heard, we knew that he entered the Dryson Woods. He came with
Saga.
Nightwing.
Yes, Miss Nightwing. Also, she has few allies that have arrived more recently. They're seabound, so they're more so towards the edges of the city. I believe they're making their way a bit more north, towards the wastelands. But I'm not sure. I don't know if that'll be particularly applicable. We can keep an eye out for Broshak.
And if you see any of the, I think she said the Dawnbringers, could you just let them know that it took something very important to me?
We definitely could do that. Miss Nightwing has already made contact with us, and it seems that an old friend of hers has brought some assistance. I'm not going to lie, it's quite concerning for our corps. A fleet of that size is typically not something you simply want to see, well, I guess...
How big are we
sailing.
talking?
It was only 13 vessels, but the individuals on the ships are what bring concern to us.
Are you worried it's an invasion?
I'm worried about the power they have and how close they are to home.
So
But
they're powerful.
I thought you said they were going north, though.
Is there any
They're
gods
dead.
on these
Still
boats?
fairly close, closer than a continent would be. I'm sorry, what was your question? Small, Tiku, I believe her name was.
Yes. Name Tiku, yes. Are there any gods on the boats? Powerful gods?
I'm sure some would consider that, but no, there would be no gods incarnate or any champions on board those vessels.
And deities don't typically travel via boat. They just kind of appear.
then
However, there are two among them that some might refer to as godlike in stature, I guess you could say.
champions.
Like
No.
really tall?
No, simply strong.
Oh,
In fact, one is quite short. Shorter than myself.
3 things of information. If you have any information on a man named Malice, he takes on many identities. He's the sole perpetrator of the orb.
Not the sole perpetrator, but he's working with Azoth assassins, and he's a very high member.
He's a high member, and he's the only one we actually got names. So look out for that.
Currently, I know of no one named Malus. Currently,
He seemed to know a lot.
we have 3 names of individuals that we have been able to confirm have high station amongst the assassins. This is something that our information network has gathered. However, we've only got the names of 2. We have location of 1. We've heard the 3 names would be an individual by the name of Dorsing. He's known for being really, the easiest way I could say it is tree hugger, like constantly wears flowers, robes, things of that nature.
Real quick. Did Saga tell us that Dorsing and Rickshaw were like all the same person?
She told you.
So Dorsing's a pacifist.
Yes, of sorts. More like a anarchist, I would actually say.
That's another alias for Rickshaw or Malice.
Well, if that is the case, then he is confirmed a high-ranking member of Azos Assassins. In addition to that, another one, we only have the name of this individual, but we've been able to get confirmation of one working with Dorsing, actually, supposedly working in tandem with him, but our connection went dark, is one by the name of F-Cephal or something of that nature. We believe it might be some kind of a code name for... we believe it might be some kind of a code name.
That's a UNT.
That's the UNT that killed my family.
Perhaps it's not a code name then. There's been no confirmed sightings of him. His name has simply been passed around. If it's something that you'd be interested in, that information came near... It'd be near the blaze... the grasslands. That is to the north of Zaprakar, just before the frozen wastelands.
Also, fair warning to you, we already see remnants of this in Zaprakar. These individuals were strong enough to trick an entire city with illusions, making them believe that Gurgle's father attacked and raided the city when in reality it was these UNT, and yet that none of them even
Tico
saw
was
him.
thinking about that. Could he just have been dead and raised it like a zombie?
It's most likely what happened, but they tricked
so
an
is that
entire
an
city.
illusion? Tico doesn't know this magic shit.
Also, they had several infiltrators, several individuals of the city of very high standing that were in reality UNT. So be wary of shapeshifters.
Well, that's
Didn't you
something
just spell
lovely to
magic
think
on them?
about.
I don't think it was shape-shifting.
It went away when I got rid of the magic, so if it's not shapeshifting, I don't know what it is.
Pull him off.
That's something we'll
Shapeshifters
probably
don't
bring up
change.
to Omerton.
I thought you didn't know magic shit, Tico.
Something
That
we'll
was a
probably
bird.
bring up to Omerton, and I'll mention to
We
you
don't
as
know
well.
this shit.
We should probably use remove curse and remove dispel magic
No, Tico knows that one.
on
'cause-
all high-standing members of Zuppercar.
Tico knows that one because the dragon used to do it.
We
to
definitely
the-
can look into the
to the
magic
guests
influence
when
on
he didn't
leadership
like
within
them.
Zaprakar. But for what it's worth, since the events surrounding Mutalim, as we still believe that was not exactly Mutalim, it's already something that Omerton has been most diligent of. I will appraise him that we might have to worry about false faces, but that's not entirely new. Magic has been around for, obviously, a very long time. With that being the case, for what it's worth, again, not much information. Dorsing has been cited and is a known quantity. The most recently, again, I want to say our most recent report actually had him in Zoprakar, specifically within Ralpurgin. He's interacting with some of the individuals there, seemingly trying to spread some kind of, I don't know if it's doctrine or what exactly. It's some kind of teachings. They call it the nature's children or something. If you ever find leaders that have names that resemble that of elements or fields,
My inner Theric is screaming right now.
if you ever encounter individuals who seem to go by names of like rain or fall, flowers.
Holy
anything-
shit, we knew it, Rain! Tico knows a Rain.
We do know Rain. He's actually in this part of the world.
Was it his alias, or was that just his name?
He told us his name was Rain.
Well,
Could you turn your computer just slightly? It's just...
if you see individuals or you meet individuals that go by names like that, this isn't to say they are incriminated immediately, to simply to say be wary, as those are titles that they give to the high-ranking members of their doctrine. And from what I can tell, this...
Zilto slipped in, so of course Rain. Fucking hell. Zilto's another name for fucking malice. Yeah, we've been dealing with this shit for a long time.
Longer than the viewers know.
Well, the last individual that we have confirmation of that we know is at least has some power within Azoth Assassins, and I'd love to know if this is the same individual or different. The individual goes by Verdant.
Don't recognize that name.
Verdant, from what we can tell, I have not specifically laid eyes on him, but this is where I said the dragons are likely involved, specifically the half-dragons. There is concern that some infection has made its way into Baklavaal. Their leadership is currently assuring us there is no problem, but Verdant, from what we can tell, is a dragonborn that likely is also high-ranking. I don't know his color or what his card to play is, but I don't know.
Are you saying that for confirming or just guessing?
Do you know?
Also sounds like a green then.
You see, he's like a little bit disappointed as he thought you knew something. Well, if you can get confirmation that he's green, that would be most helpful. But for now, that is all the prevalent information we have on Azoth's assassins. While they have been moving, they've been a little bit dormant. I am slightly concerned that now that you've returned, and if this Malice individual, especially if he happens to be the same individual as Dorsing...
Well, he is dead. I don't know if he's still dead, though.
They ran away with his body.
Dorsing and two others that looked similar.
Could you not ask the Minotaur, then?
Can you speak with your god?
Kellenvor?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ask him if Malice is still dead.
The Book of Penitence.
Yeah.
You'd have better
We're
chance
gonna
talking
have
to
to go
Glider.
back to Zupercall. Wait, no.
You could have just said that you couldn't speak with Kellenvor. That would have made things a lot simpler.
Wait, I can. I just don't have the book.
The Book of Penitence is typically the original text is obviously held by the current champion usually. However, individuals such as Clyder are typically given access to access it. Typically, think of it as the spell astral projection for any of you that are familiar with it.
Yeah, Terrence isn't a very scholarly person.
You'd have better chance
I
sending
should be able to
message
get
to
access to
Glider.
this book. I just need to know where it is. I've already seen it once.
The Book of Penitence has always been kept within Icladon. It is... You mentioned artifacts. Icladon's Book of Penitence is its most prized possession. The Book of Penitence can tell you if anyone's soul is currently still within our plane, or if Kellenvor has claimed them in his embrace, at least in some fashion. That is to say, it can confirm if someone is alive or dead at any time.
We'd have
What
better
is-
chance sending message to Glider.
Tico's Dorsing kind of guy, probably. With Rickshaw at the same time. Just throwing that out there.
Yes.
If you think he may be dead, but you are unsure, I would recommend getting word to Clyder, as even if you do not have access to the Book of Penitence yourself, Clyder will, and he could at least to run a check for you, I guess would be the simplest way to say, to confirm for you whether or not this Malice individual has passed on or has somehow returned to our world.
All I'm gonna say is I highly doubt
Tico's
Silco / Malice is gonna stay dead.
Tico saw two other guys besides the flower guy and the
Corpse?
Malice guy, the corpse guy.
Do you know what their names were, by chance?
No. But I can describe them.
Were one of them a Dragonborn? Did you by chance see...
No.
Was it Dorsing capable of casting teleportation magic, or was it one of the other two?
It was already a portal when I came upon it. I don't know who cast it. One was fat and, like plump. And it was about this tall. And kind of wore like fancy clothes. And
What was
the
his
race?
race?
human.
Tabaxi.
It was Tabaxi.
Tabaxi. No, it's like the cat one. The cat one. That's the one it was.
You heard his name. They talked. Make a history check.
Shit.
How does
If you roll
Kayla
high
not
enough,
remember?
I'll tell you what it is. If you don't roll high enough, Tiku forgot.
If I know, could I tell?
No.
I know.
I'm giving you a check of 13 for this.
I rolled a 12, so
So, yeah,
long as I have
Do you have a plus one to a history?
Which I think I do. I have a plus one. I think I have a plus 2 wisdom. So yes.
It's intelligence.
Yes.
It's intelligence.
It's intelligence.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh no, never mind.
I have
That's
it pulled up. You
that's
have
an 11.
0.
Oh,
She's got a
never mind.
-1.
It's not a -1 or anymore.
It's a plus 0.
You have a
So
0.
that's 12.
12.
You heard it, but you don't know.
Okay, maybe they
Guidance
did.
that.
I wasn't asked to be guided.
Maybe they did.
Also,
have-
you can't. When I just say roll this to see if you just recall it, you're not recalling it. I'm just telling you to roll. Thus, it
Look.
can't be guided.
Well, so for
Was
instance, if
like
Tiku would have come to me and been
pressure.
I
need like magical assistance.
I'm trying to remember this. Can you help me focus?
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Right.
It started with an
But it would
A.
have to happen before the roll.
I'm pretty
It
sure
starts
Kayla
with an
remembers.
A, I'm pretty
No,
sure.
she doesn't. Actually.
Really?
Kayla just straight up doesn't.
Fair enough. Kayla, the meticulous note taker?
No, it's not out there.
All right, so we have a Tabaxi that starts with A.
He's fat.
You
Yeah.
said
really fat.
you saw Malice.
Yes.
Well,
You
Mullis
said there
was,
was
dead.
how many individuals?
3 in addition to Mullis.
So 4.
Four.
Can you describe the others to me? It might help in our information gathering.
One of them was Dorsing, as she already stated. We only know of one more that she hasn't said yet.
Dorsing, unfortunately, is not new information in his description. But the
Alistair. I
boxing
think it was
news
Alistair.
is important. What?
Alistair.
The orange cat's name is Alistar.
Alistair. I think.
I'll give it to you. You actually remembered it, and Tiku was able to rumble through her thoughts. Alistair was a Tabaxi, a little bit more of a fat Tabaxi.
Alistair?
That's not correct.
That's not correct at all.
Athar.
I thought the fat guy was.
Athar wasn't actually present for.
But Alistar was not a Tabaxi. Alistar
No, I thought Alistair
one
was
of,
not fat. The other
used to be aware
I forgot what he is.
when you guys interacted
Why?
with
I know,
this
but
guy.
I thought there was a human guy that was fat, and then the Tabaxi.
There is. So there was a human.
I thought
There
I
was
didn't know
the
the Tabaxi
Tabaxi.
was fat. I thought the other guy was fat.
We don't know anything.
We don't know nothing.
Okay, so I'll give you a little
It's
bit of a
been a few
reminder because it's
weeks,
also
okay.
been a few weeks and we had the off week. Okay, so you saw 4 people in addition to Malice.
So there was
Yes.
5?
Yes.
Yes,
There's
that's right.
5 individuals total.
I found out 3 of his personas.
You saw Dorsing,
Yeah.
who you just saw and actually talked with a little bit.
Yeah.
Malice, who was dead or at least unconscious.
Yeah, on the ground.
The Tabaxi, who was referred to as Alistair.
Yes.
A fatter human, by the way, again, the Tabaxi was a bit fatter as well. We're not super obese,
Plump.
but a bit fatter. The human was just fat.
Very
He was
fat.
very
that's
fat.
That's what I was remembering. I was remembering the fat human, not the Tabaxi.
The fat human, you did not
We didn't get his name.
hear the name for.
Yeah.
And then the last individual was a dragonborn. And I actually told you the color as well.
Oh, yes. I want to say silver, but I don't feel like that's right.
It's a good thing we're streaming.
Oh, no, I know the answer.
I know. I'm saying we could go back to the stream.
No.
I take the
I
best
think I
notes.
had notes on it.
Say again.
I take the best notes.
Do you have... Oh, because you have the recording?
Yeah. Do the recording. I think I actually have notes on this, but.
Whatever the case is, the only
wanna
3
look at it?
names that you were for sure on is you heard the name Alistair, you heard the name Dorsing, and you heard the name Malice. You also, for what it's worth, inferred who they were talking to. You didn't get confirmation of the names of any individual.
Yeah.
Him now describing Dorsing would give you confirmation of Dorsing, and then you did get confirmation on Malice. However, Alistair was simply addressed in the group.
But you said Saga told us all of Malice's
Those are all the only ones we know.
personas,
Aliases.
and she probably would have said Alistar was a
She
persona
told you.
of Malice.
So, by the way, I asked Angie what she knew, and she told you guys that she knew of Alistair, Dorsing and Rickshaw and Malice. Those are the only ones that she knew of.
Yeah, but Alistar had to have been a human back then, but he's a cat now. I
Guess so.
We don't know. We know nothing.
Again, Saga was supposed to give you guys so much more information.
Or does it not have your notes?
Wait, I thought that Saga said Alistar was another persona of Rickshaw or Malice. So how is he a cat?
I'm also a little bit confused because you are mentioning, you said they were the same person, but now Tiku is referencing that there is five.
No, Saga
separate
said they
people.
were the same person, but then time went on and individuals took on his cause.
His aliases?
Yeah.
Something like the 7 deadly sins, huh?
So there's 5 individuals.
Yes.
It is not one.
Yes.
That is the
Did you say
case.
the dragon was Estefel?
No. As Sevel, we have no confirmation of anything other than Gurgle saying that he is a UNT.
Oh, well, there was a dragon.
Bottle of the snake or bottle of the human.
Verdant
snake.
is a dragonborn. It is
Was
the only piece of information we have on him.
SFL is spellcaster.
For dance. Oh, okay.
Unsure.
would probably remember the color. This is a dragon. Kayla does not remember the color. I'll have to look it up.
I also think visually you'd remember something better than description.
If you actually saw 5
Well, I feel like
Tiku would also
Tiku
remember
would-
kind of what they look like.
to the Dragonborn as well.
That's what I mean. Like Tiku's,
I will let you
Would
make an
probably.
additional history check.
but
I just imagine
And
in
I'll
my
even put this
mind
one at
you'd be
DC
able
10,
to remember
'cause I
something you
agree with
saw
that.
better than
55%
describing
chance.
something to you.
5.
Rip.
Tiku was too distracted by the dead body.
There was a lot going on, and your whole opinion of you'd be more intrigued by a dragon, true, including the tree dragon that was on the ground behind you.
It's true.
I thought she went into a little, like,
You're talking about
alternate
leaves.
dimension that she couldn't see out of.
No, she could see out of it. You
Yeah.
guys couldn't see into it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was just like a little vision.
It was just like shrouded.
Yeah, it was like shrouded.
With that, we get
One
down
way
to-
mirror.
Now it says, well, if there were 5 individuals, and if you mention a dragonborn, I think it is safe to assume that you saw the main leadership of Azal's assassins. So it is safe to assume the dragonborn that you saw would have been Vedant,
Well, she didn't
Malas,
see a snake
Dorsing. And those were the only... you said a human and a tabaxi. The tabaxi you believe was Alistair, which leads me to believe that the fat human would have been Efsafal, unless there is more leadership.
Esabel was a human body and snake head.
The girl,
Well,
the girl,
it is
the
entirely
princess
possible
girl, the
Efsafel
princess girl
is
said
a-
something about a rickshaw. Is a rickshaw one?
It's also possible SFL is a spellcaster
Is
capable
Zil-
of changing his own form.
Ziltor worth mentioning?
They came to rescue their
Ziltor
friend
and Malice,
that
we
died,
do have confirmation
I-
of the
that we
same person.
murdered.
I believe all this information is just creating more questions.
Questions that can be answered, though.
Can they?
I don't seem to be.
With enough research, yes.
No, I mean like right now.
No, we have to do the research later.
He's gonna be the one doing the research. We're supposed to give him the information.
I feel as if you've given me enough that we at least can get started. I now know that Verdant is confirmed again. We had a rumor at best to confirm the Dragonborn. We will send word to Baklaval, looking for one Verdant.
Ooh, this is gonna bother Tiku. Tiku
Donna,
can't remember.
I do have one piece of information
Tiku
that
doesn't
may be
forget
useful for you.
rabbits.
In Grungilly,
Losing your touch, Tico.
you could buy food with wood.
We'll make sure to pass that along.
Normal trading.
I assume that would be most useful for you, as your land, Zephyr, has become one of the most prevalent trading companies within Zabrakar.
I'm assuming it's on fire right now, but I have to go check on that.
It's actually not doing too bad. Can't say the same for the rest of everything. However, thankfully, I'd like to think mainly for me, because of me, I should say, our core is doing well, and it seems one that you appointed has stepped up to the bat, I guess. He's been doing quite well for Zabrakar.
What is a bat? Well, I know that like the black things that fly in caves, but like,
It's a
why would you
stick you
step
hit
up to the
people
bat?
with.
You could think of it as a club.
Why is the club called the
It's a
Bat?
term of
Does the
expression.
club fly?
Oh, I could see that. It's
I
a
believe
black.
that's
It's like a black club.
Conversation is
Do you also
growing
hang it up
stale.
upside down, like on the ceiling? Like that's how you
On
store
that
it?
note,
Oh,
I believe
Like a bat.
we will be leaving you with 3 wyverns. I wish you the best of luck on your trip to Ravenhold. Me and the rest of our company shall continue on our patrols. Again, purposely making a show of what we are. And we'll meet you either within Zoprikar or Zinderhold, depending
You're
on
gonna put on a show?
expediency of your travel.
Yeah, for more information or
We'll leave
more
information of
political,
Zoprikar where we're heading.
or for the opportunity to be in a more political standing, we'll probably meet in the throne room.
I can send a message to Omriton, tell him to expect you. I don't know how long you'll be, but I'll tell him to expect you in the next coming days. Ravenshold should be able to send a message ahead of you as well.
Well,
I hope my sentence is up.
Also, last thing that
How
I'll
long
leave you
was
with
your
before I
sentence?
leave. Do be a bit careful in Ravenshold. Just keep your wits about you. People tend to never want to leave.
Oh, I don't have to worry about my wits getting away from me.
the amount of mind control magic I have dealt with.
Oh, it's
in the
not mind
past-
control. It is quite
One would say paradise.
of sort, yes.
I don't know, is that for...
You tend to
we were
forget
doing
what's
the sentencing,
important
I
to
kinda
you
just, like,
in the face of what you
spaced
see.
out.
If that doesn't sound like mind control, what is?
It's more like a charm.
That would be a better way to put it.
If that doesn't sound like mind control, what is?
Anybody
More
else notice?
manipulation.
If that does not sound like mind control, what is?
Does anybody else notice that
I know what it
Darren
is.
repeating himself?
Maulus
think
did
we
that to
broke
me
him?
and the dragon. That
So
was mind
Darren-
control.
He keeps repeating himself.
Well,
He'll
will,
be okay.
I will let you guys continue with your plans. It's good to see you all. I was
See
never
you too.
worried
Good.
that you wouldn't make it out.
Good to see you too, Dalaran. How's your brother Stormwind?
Good luck, my friends. And Dalaran goes back to meet with his core.
I'm guessing
They
he was
all-
like visibly angry.
No, it didn't happen.
That was a metagame joke.
Okay.
That didn't actually happen. It's not a real thing.
Didn't even get a you're
Tiku
stupid.
thinks that Dalaran does not like Tiku very much. Tiku gets ignored a lot when Dalaran is around.
He was speaking of secrets of the state. You're not a part of the state. So yes, you are being ignored.
No offense, Tico.
Tiku's gonna go and cook.
At this point, Dalaran would meet
You
up.
can ride with me.
Tiku's cooking.
You have to ride with
has to ride
parents.
with Terrence.
It would just
Turtle
be,
can ride with Terrence.
Dude, these
Circle
are
is
wyverns.
also
They're pretty
small.
big.
He's a small creature? I thought Grung were medium.
I think he's technically medium. Perspectively, they would be pretty much the exact
No, I'm
same
pretty sure he's
size.
small size.
Tiku's like 2 feet tall.
I think we're about the same size.
It doesn't really matter. The wyvern riding would be easy to figure out. It's maybe it just wouldn't be as comfortable for some of you guys. We can stick with the. You could have 2 per wyvern, just to make it easy. But yes, with that, Dalaran and his company all saddle up, pack up their camp, and they all take off, heading in the direction of Zinderhold, which for you guys right now would be almost due east, be like a little bit northeast. If I'm not mistaken.
Zinderhold is almost directly north.
I don't know why I said Zinderhold. I meant to say Zoprikar.
Zoprikar is more northeast, but yes.
You got some jerky?
Always.
May I have some?
I guess it is pretty close to direct east.
So what's your guys' plan? You guys have been left alone.
So we're heading to Ravenshold, yes?
but-
Dude, Ravenhold, I'm not sure I know the way, so I can't
Just-
really.
We're going to be
Just
flying.
follow us.
Also, I know the way.
Okay, so I'll ride my wyvern following you.
Correct.
By the way, Tico,
I feed my
you were mentioning
some
about
jerky.
your patron, the dragon, polymorphing people. What do you polymorph them into? Typically.
Smaller creatures. Sometimes kobolds.
He polymorphed kobolds into kobolds.
No, it's the guests of the guests, not guests. The locals of the island. Are we locals? No, we.
Wait, it was on an island.
Wait, so not all the
I thought you-
kobolds in your clan are actually kobolds?
No, he would do it to and then torment them and eat them.
Does he like eating kobolds?
Yeah.
I thought it was she.
Yeah, he did. No, the mom was a lot nicer. Well, kind of.
So you serve 2 dragons.
A mother and son, yes.
Yeah. First the mom, then the son.
So we
When the
heading
mom
out?
went away.
So I'm gonna go. Get
Mom
on
went
a
away
wyvern.
like 50 years ago.
It's the first time I've ever.
And then
gone
the
on a
son
wyvern.
was like,
Second.
Are you
I'm
driving your
now
wyvern?
running.
Yes.
So we heading out?
Make an animal handling check. See how this goes.
Oh, that's great. I have a +0.
Nobody wants
I
to
will
hear
go.
about it.
I was
Roll
listening to
18.
you,
And hop on
Tiku.
a different wyvern.
Zephyr is still listening to you. He's just getting on a wyvern.
I got an 18.
Tiku doesn't know how she feels about this.
You can tell us all
Remember,
about the
TQ.
story on the dragons.
You're a god. Just remember that.
Wait, why is Tiku a god?
We already discussed this.
God candidate?
All right,
Tiku's not a god.
and I will ride one of the wyverns and get ready to go.
Wait, Tiku's
I
a
guess
dragon.
I'll pilot one.
Up
Makes
and
sense as a
away
navigator. 12 on my animal handling.
to the sky.
The good news is,
Bird,
all you guys have to do is not piss
Yes.
off the wyverns. They are very
I'm riding
trained.
with you, yeah?
What?
I'm riding with you, yeah?
Go,
Yeah.
wyvern, go. Hey, what's this?
Okay.
What's this wyvern's name?
18,
Appa.
by the way.
Yip yip.
18.
Does it? How do I get it to fly, guys?
I feed my wyvern
I take off.
some jerky. New cuisine.
Just so you know,
Who's
again,
riding with you?
jerky that Tiki would
One
give
of
you would be
those
like
three.
human snack. That'd be like if someone gave you as a
Actually,
snack
Roz would probably be
one
piloting
chip
his
from a
own.
bag. That's effectively what you giving jerky to your wyvern would be. Just so you know, prospectively, how much they eat.
That's so good. Treat is good.
Um,
I mean,
Roll
I can
over.
hand him like the whole bag.
Lay down.
There you go. He'll have a whole
Big.
normal human bag of jerky.
Depends on how much of Tiku's jerky you're willing to give away. Okay, so
Speak.
is there anything else you guys want to do, or are you just looking to head to Ravenshold? Which, just so you know, and you would know this as well. I've mentioned it before, but your wyverns are trained enough that anywhere, pretty much on the east, like the mid to southern part of Calasmere, across the whole continent, even on the west side, the wyverns are trained enough that you can just tell them where you want to go, and they will fly there.
Southern half of Altira
all
you can go
right.
to.
I think
Dude,
it's
this
in
is so
Calasmere.
easy.
Yes,
I'm
you
just
did.
like a natural at this. This ain't even hard.
Good job, Terrence. We're proud of you.
There's no other discussions. Simply looking to head to Ravenshold.
Onward.
How do you talk on these things? I can't hear anything. Only weed.
You don't.
What?
As TQ spends the next hour just yelling out separate things, trying to get someone to answer.
So I was gonna tell you my story.
I like to bring mine up and then down, up and then down, like no hands.
It would respond a bit. However, they are not 100% responsive. Even his isn't 100% responsive to him. It's more of like you give him a directive.
I'm trying to
and
give
they-
mine to do a barrel roll.
Nope.
One, do
Even with a natural 20,
barrel
nope.
So after the 50 years, that was.
As TQ starts monologuing
Who's
her
riding
story,
with Tiku?
Ragu. Tiku tells you some of her story, and you catch bits and pieces of it.
20%.
We'll say 30. We'll say like 30% of Tiku's story. You kind of get like the bits and pieces of it. Well, with that,
So then I went out on an adventure with all of my friends, but none of them actually lived. Well, no, 3 lived. Oh yeah, and I met them when I was on.
okay. So So okay, traveling from the edge of the Dryson Woods to Ravenshold from where you are would still be. I think it's.
A day?
You said it was going to be a couple days by
Yeah,
way.
this would be like 2 to 3 days that you'd be traveling.
We get shot out of the sky.
First day is very uneventful.
Give me a second.
A dragon attacks and we all die.
Rocks fall from skies. From the sky.
Meteors.
You all die.
But Tiku survives because all of her friends didn't.
Tiku, you had a very depressing life.
What are you talking about? Tiku's life is just fine.
How many friends have died?
I don't know.
Okay,
lot.
just like ballpark it. Like, are we talking about
With how high she said her hive is. 1 to
saying-
200.
Everybody's saying we think 200 died?
I said 1 to 200.
How many is 200?
A lot.
Zephyr's eye twitches.
Guys, your first day is quite uneventful. The second day, though, going on a little bit into the morning part of it. So this would be like maybe like 9, 10 a.m. You are actually the first one to notice this, Zephyr.
The dragon would
Due
do it
to
like once a day.
Do you know how many this is?
Sometimes twice a day.
apparently there's a conversation that was being had before before taking off for that day.
That is 2 hands worth. And 2 handfuls.
If each one of your fingers is one of them, it's 2 hands worth.
2 handfuls, yes.
And then do it 10 times.
That's just 100.
Oh yeah, sorry, 20 times.
What is 20?
Hands plus toes.
10 times. each finger and each toe is a person.
She starts listing off names for every one of them.
Y'all do realize that
Scratch
kobolds
it.
only have 3 toes, right?
Hammer and
I have no fucking clue.
That's a good starting point, Taryn.
So the first and second days are actually, or sorry, no, the
I don't
first day
even
is
have
completely
toes.
uneventful. The second day, though, in the morning, you notice in the
I have hooves.
when we
east
were-
horizon. This would be many miles away from you guys, but due to the fact that you're flying on wyverns, while you are currently experiencing clear skies, you see what is an odd storm. You guys notice it too, but to you it looks more of just like a regular, just more so of a normal
I'm
storm.
a sailor. I would
May
know
I
all
make
about
a
the stores.
nature check
And
on
is
Is
that
this the
storm?
Feywild storm?
No, it just looks like a storm, just miles away. Like to you, this would be like if you were sailing, you saw a storm like way on the horizon.
Is it heading towards us?
No, actually, it seems to be heading south.
It's
May I
more
make
that
a-
the energy feels weird.
May I make a
Yes.
nature check on that?
You can't. He can.
I'm proficient in nature.
This isn't a natural storm.
Yes, and the nature check would tell me that.
I'm gonna let you do that. Yeah.
I'm gonna do guidance.
Roll your religion.
My religion is, gosh,
Guided to religion.
I mean, that's appropriate. for what's going on.
14. On my religion.
Huh?
You can tell me. Okay, so without guidance, I have,
With a 14, your guidance would actually work.
oh, good, because that's a 4. So 4. Well, it's a 4 on guidance. So 14 plus 8, so 22.
22. Gee, bus.
We'll
What'd
into
you
that.
get for your nature check?
This storm looks odd.
5.
It's a normal storm.
Well, it's a storm.
You're
It's weird.
proficient though.
Again, this is not near you guys. This is miles away. To the point that you take a little bit of notice of it because you're like, is this going to affect our flight? But then you're able to quickly see this is a storm that's heading south, or it seems to be heading south, and effectively where it'd be map wise is over the mountains. But
And through the woods.
Oh, I actually would take note of that because that's where one of the coins are.
that is where one of the corns are. This is also where you technically would be going. So this would be like, okay, so that storm is big enough So like all where
We're
Zobrikar
going
is.
towards Ravenshold.
Yes. So eventually, because you'd be going to Ravenshold, then you'd be teleporting over, and then you go into the storm. For you, though, as you look at this storm,
Which mountains are you referring to? I thought you were talking about the south.
where Zobrikar is.
So we're
Oh.
we're flying this way. Over here is where the
Yes,
storm is.
that is where the storm is.
We can see that past the fog bank cloud thing?
Indeed.
Okay.
We're flying high.
That's why I
you were talking
said
about these
I said
mountains.
specifically because you were on wyverns is why you can actually see this. You can still see, for what it's worth, as I don't think I've actually described this to you guys, a little bit closer to that, still in. You're throwing me off now. It's still in the east direction. There is almost like a large fog bubble on land. This appears to be like 300 miles long almost. It is extremely large, and the entire area is just covered in fog.
You
This would
explained it.
not be.
First time we rode the wyverns, you already explained this.
Well, here we go again. That one would not be new, that is just Baklaval and the surrounding lands. That fog has never gone away. For as long as any of you guys remember any research that's ever been done, that has always been in Baklaval. And then something I know I did explain before, but the other thing that especially the two of you would know about is that those fogs are easy to get lost in. It's almost impossible to find Baklaval unless you're allowed to Baklaval.
Unless the leader lets you find it.
Yes. Not necessarily invited. It's you don't know exactly how. It just seems to be that he can choose who arrives and who doesn't. It's almost more of like he opens the way or keeps it shut. With that being the case, again, because you're on wyverns and you're so high, and that does not actually just go super, like, it doesn't go forever. In fact, that mist is actually only about 2 miles off the ground. So it's not like a super, super high thing, so you can very easily see over the top of it while flying on your wyverns. With that being the case, back to what you kind of get the feeling for, Zephyr, as you're looking at that storm, at first, as you guys kind of see it, so you would actually probably be the first one to point it out, but you're the first one that notices that there's something odd about that storm. And you can't exactly put a finger on why. It is just quite literally that storm feels wrong. As you look at it, the way the almost wind moves in it almost gives you this unnatural sense, and it's almost like it's something that is even hard if you were to tell us that there's something wrong with that storm. He's like, well, what is wrong with it? It's hard for you even to almost to voice. You just know there's something wrong with that storm. So that starts again about early morning on the second day. And throughout despite the fact that it seems to be proceeding south, and also you're able to tell this as well, it seems to be proceeding south fast, but it doesn't seem to be dissipating from its north edge, which would be just a bit north of where Zobrikar would be.
So it's just expanding.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's almost as if the start of it is somehow just, it's almost like a catalyst that is just sending a storm that is slowly expanding. And from the way that it's growing, it is mainly growing south, but there is like a little bit of width to it as well, that you're like, all right, if that was to be like a week or 2 week long storm, that would start to come into that would start to go into the plains, maybe even start to reach the territories of Baklaval. So you first.
Can I commune with the serpent at all, as I assume it'd be more knowledgeable, and he said that there's something wrong with it? Could I try and figure out what's wrong with it?
What did you actually say? How do you explain this to them based on the information I gave you?
Because we have to camp a couple times, right?
Yeah, so
Well, I
also
assume
your
you-
wyverns would periodically need to come down to rest as well. Typically, you'd be flying for about 2 hours at a time, then you'd come down and rest for like half hour, and then your wyverns would go up again, and that's just how you would travel.
That storm is very odd. I feel something
You're telling me
almost
it's growing in
unnatural about it.
probably the weirdest way. Wait, why is it weird for you?
Oh,
I can't put my finger on it,
guys, as a person
but
who
I
is
suspect I know
knowledgeable
where
of
it's
nature,
going.
Well, it appears to be directly over your city.
I don't think it's there yet.
Storms do that. They typically kind of.
But it may be
travel
heading
above
its
the
way there.
ground.
So what, you think it's Talos?
Maybe.
And with that,
But
then I would
we'll
commune with the
need to hurry though.
You can, for the sake of this, I'd say make a religion check.
At this point, I need proficiency in religion.
Can you train proficiencies?
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
14. The connection that you do usually have with the serpent seems dead in that vicinity. It's almost as if as you're focused on that and you're trying to get a connection with the serpent, it's almost as if your message isn't going through. But then as you try to focus on your blade and you activate the magic and everything, the connection to the power is still very much so there. Unlike Zephyr, when he was struggling with his magic and everything, it's like the connection's fading. When you actually try to utilize the magic, it seems fine, but it's almost as if when you're trying to ask about this storm, it's almost as if there's somehow an interference. Oh, that felt great.
I'm sorry.
If I wasn't certain before, I'm nigh positive that's a god. That is definitely
That's
not a
what
normal
gods
sword.
look like.
Cloud.
Pretty close, actually.
It's one way they can manifest. But
Sure, that's not just like the storm.
Do you want to go say hi, Tigger?
I think I know where Talos might be heading.
Are you sure that's not
Where?
just a storm giant?
You mentioned a cliff before.
There's a religious site that I wasn't able to visit over there. And I think he may be heading that way.
The only problem with that is that storm is between your village and Zoprikar, which means that we won't be able to go for your wyverns if it is what I think it is. We'd get struck down in a heartbeat.
What if we fight over the clouds?
You try that. Tell me how it works out.
And then
Well,
just go
flying
down.
above the storm
Well-
actually might be more beneficial than flying through it.
A storm controlled by a god.
We don't know if it's a god. It could be
I
a
am
storm
almost
giant.
positive that it's controlled by a god.
Not a storm giant.
I'm unfamiliar with the powers of storm giants. To be fair,
Well, they live in storm clouds, so like I don't know. Maybe they like use it like we're using the wyverns.
if they were using for transportation, why would they leave storm behind?
Well, who says they're leaving it behind?
I literally can see it.
I can see it too. What if they're still there? They're not
Well-
leaving it behind.
I mean, ultimately, we just need to go and investigate it.
It's true. I have to agree
Hopefully
with Zephyr.
Zoprikar will have information when we arrive.
Agreed.
All right. So are we then not going to Ravenhold? Or are we going to the storm now?
No, we're still going to the Ravenshold.
This is just you guys can see it.
Oh,
With that,
Also, we got
other than noticing that
Eagle
storm,
vision.
the second day is, it's not necessarily eagle vision.
It's
You think about the size
you can
of the,
see because you're that high up.
yeah, being high in the sky and how you can see storms again. it'd
Still
be-
like 300
It would be like seeing a storm
Still,
on
it's
top
it's
of that
still
little
like a
water
clear
cooler.
line of sight. There's no obstructions.
I mean, yeah, like think of astronauts.
You can literally see storms across the planet from
Yeah.
space. Whatever the case is, you can see the storm, and again, to most people, it looks pretty much normal. He just feels that something's off about the storm.
And now I know something's off about the storm.
With that being the case, again, second day, also uneventful, other than just noticing that storm. Waking up on the third day, which this is the day that you're confident you'd actually be arriving at Ravenshold as well, by the way. You would have already crossed the main road that cuts through the Dryson Woods. And you would actually, within like a couple hours of flying, two things you would have noticed. For one, the storm is it very much so is still prevalent. And based on where you're at, even if it is moving, you get the impression it's not moving incredibly fast. Like, if it is a slow moving thing, almost... Nope, no, never mind.
Can I do a can I do a what one of the stops? Would you be able to work with me on trying to time out how long it would be before it got to my town?
Well, I don't have the exact location, but
But
I can estimate, yes.
So we'll do an I don't know if you want to do like a navigation.
So-
it's kind of a mixture of like investigation plus navigation.
So I would say yes, it is. However, you're doing this from a substantial distance
Oh, for
away,
sure.
judging off of one day thing. So I'm gonna have you roll investigation. I'm gonna have you roll navigation with your navigator's tool, but you're both rolling at disadvantage because you're over such a long distance and you have a small sample size of just one day of traveling. Fairly easy to determine that it's moving slow. To pinpoint exactly what you'd be looking at.
Religion?
Much harder. Investigation for you.
No,
Well,
he's
religion.
Oh,
because of
sorry, your guidancing.
24.
24. Then your guidance would be good again.
Disadvantage was rough.
Same.
What was it? 13.
13. You got
12.
13 and 12. It's hard to pinpoint, and you're confident that you're like, okay, this is going to be within a few days. However, you'd wagered like somewhere between 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
So the distance that he's talking about and where he's worried about it hitting, as he just kind of pointing it out. Estimation again is like within 2 to 3 weeks is likely.
We'd
when
have
it
to
hit
get
that
closer to get any more accurate than that.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure we had more than a couple days.
That's also assuming that it maintains this speed, which is not guaranteed.
It's true. If it notices, if it is Talos and he notices we're heading our way, he may speed up his timetable. So if we do go out, then we may need to be covert about it.
I don't know how it's supposed to be covert from a god, but yeah.
Seem unimportant.
Yeah, that's best advice ever. Pretend to not exist. Hide in corners. Don't draw attention.
Tiku, you had a really rough upbringing.
No,
Do
just normal.
do you need to talk about it?
I tried.
What, are you gonna be a kobold's
for like 2
therapist?
days. It's pretty nice.
You listed off 168 dead family members.
Those are the only ones Tiku can remember. Tiku was pretty small for a long time.
I mean, I know a couple of people back in Zaprakar that can maybe you could speak with.
Why would I talk? I just talked about it for like 2 days.
I just feel like you might have a lot of, you know, concealed emotion about this.
Nope.
Fair
I think
enough.
you're reading into it a little too far, Zephyr.
Tiku's fine. Tiku will find a god to protect the rest of the kobolds. That will maybe eat them on occasion, like per usual.
Diku, you know that's not normal, right?
What do you... That is...
People that protect other people don't ask for sacrifices typically.
Yeah, you're right. They just eat you. When you piss them off.
No, they don't.
But it's fine. Tiku will find someone that doesn't eat them.
It's an image flashes through your head of you pissing off Tiku and her killing you and eating you.
All right, that's all.
What's up?
I would have scryed on Broshak a couple times, but other than that,
Is Broshak a creature?
I've already scryed on him before, so if he's not,
He is. Okay. That's
say
true.
wisdom saving throw.
I was just curious if he has become a creature.
He can be scryed on.
You can also technically scry a location.
Oh, but you wouldn't know where
Technically,
he
it's
was.
location or creature.
How many times are you using it?
Twice.
You're
That's
like-
all I can use it.
You're just randomly guessing. He's probably around.
I can only do it once per day.
In both scenarios, magic seems unsuccessful.
He does have a -2 to the roll, and it's a DC of 16.
Not if he
he rolled a
doesn't have an
19 and an
item.
18 on the die.
Fine.
Both of them back to back.
He also could have an anti-scry item. Angie had that for a long time.
I've
last
already
campaign.
scryed on him successfully.
He has successfully
once.
scryed on him before. Okay, with that being with all that being said, your conversations had on the third day, you would get to the point where you can see the wyverns coming up on what you would assume to be Ravenshold. It'd probably be about noon, midday, when you guys are actually arriving, and you can very quickly get why it's got its name. Looking at it, this is effectively a small city is what I would call this, except for the actual the main building, the stronghold. And this is actually where it gets its name, you're able to assume, as effectively what you look at as you're flying into the forest is there's a massive raven's head. In terms of size, it is about a 30 floor structure. But the outside of it is very much so just set up to look like a raven's head. There are sections in it where you can see there are actually like windows, and there's even like pathways with open edges on it. So it's almost like a wooden model of a raven's head that has been built into and turned into more of an extremely large building. At the top of the raven's head, currently its beak is open and both of its eyes seem to be hollowed out. And you can see what appears to almost like landing platforms on one of the eyes. As you guys are coming in, you can see it very much so almost looks like a hangar in its design. The room is fairly more open. There are multiple different flying beasts, some griffins, things like that.
As I'm the one probably writing with Sitharen, who is this place's architect?
I really hope that was a rhetorical question.
I don't know, but
very
they're cool.
over-engineered.
I need one of those birds.
Have you met mages? You are a mage.
You're
eccentric.
Tico thinks they're living in their god. It's like a big head. Did it die?
in terms of how you guys are actually approaching, your wyverns seemingly knowing where they're supposed to go. Again, the two eyes almost seem hollowed out. Both of them almost seem more like, again, hangers is the easiest description I have for it. But no kind of material. There are chests full of what appear to be materials. For one of the hangars, it seems more so flying beasts that are mainly... You gotta pick it up, dude. There's flying beasts that seem to all go to one of them. And then for what would be more so aggressive flying creatures, such as your wyvern, you actually go to the opposite eye. Landing in there, you see an assortment of different creatures.
That's about
As Zeke kind of yells, you do get a bit of an echo in here. And the creatures that you see in here are actually quite... There's a huge variance in the side that you land in. Currently, it's... I'd say fairly crowded with how many individuals there. It seems to be fairly busy. Very much so. It seems like there's a lot of people that are preparing to leave currently. A lot of beasts are being currently having things packed onto them. Some of the beasts you see are definitely, you take a little bit more notice of others. You see what appears to be a chimera that's being used as a mount. You see multiple different like flying horses. Some would appear to be like almost like flying, I'd say flying snakes. They are very much so serpents that have wings, no legs, that are straddled as mounts, and then typically have bags that will hang under them, and that seems to be how they would carry their cargo. And then the most noteworthy is off to like kind of like the right side as you guys are directed to land in a specific part of this makeshift hangar. There appears to be a bronze dragon. It is a young dragon that currently has a harness on him, has a group of people in front of it, as well as what appears, it almost looks like a carried palanquin that is strapped to the dragon in a way that when it flies, people can ride in this palanquin under the dragon.
So like an air balloon? War balloon?
It's under the dragon. So it's effectively like the dragon is just carrying... I guess if you were to refer to the dragon as the hot air balloon and the passengers were underneath it, that would be a description of how to ride it. That dragon does have currently... I'm trying to remember what it is. In fact, it has a large bar that is in its mouth that's kind of forcing it to... Not a muzzle. Muzzle fully close its mouth typically. But yes... It's mounted in its mouth enough that it seemingly can't close its mouth. And then in addition to that, it looks a little bit off when you actually look at its face, almost like it's in a daze. But Other than that, there are additional flying creatures that are in here. Most of the creatures that are in this particular hangar are seeming to be carnivorous. Again, more aggressive style flying beasts. As you guys are ushered down, there is 2 elves that would come up to greet you. One appears to be, looks a bit more tall, wearing what is fall-colored robes. The other is wearing more so black garments and seems to be bald. Both longer, pointed ears, almost high elf in nature, but not. They don't seem quite as pompous in the way they present themselves. So I guess they almost look like chill high elves wearing both black and fall-colored garments.
As we're descending, my eye would flash, and I would be casting Intellect Fortress on myself, Tiku, and Terrence.
Alright. Do you go ahead and cast a spell?
Yeah.
Make sure that your scry for the day is also cast. If you were casting 2 of them.
So I cast. This is the 3rd day.
Oh, no, okay, never mind. Sorry, apologies. Do you go ahead and cast that one as you guys all land in this hangar.
That'll last for an hour, by the way.
Tiku's going to hop off the wyvern and head straight over to the bronze dragon.
As you start to leave the area where you have landed, the elf in the fall colors walks in front of you in your path over to the bronze dragon. He goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, little one. It's bad manners to make your way over into other landing areas for our different compatriots here. Tell me, I'm not sure I'm familiar with each of you. I wasn't entirely expecting you.
I will grab the
Here
writ from
in,
Zapakar that I assume Zephyr is holding, and I'll just hand it to him.
He takes it and kind of opens it up and starts to look through the recommendation you guys got. He goes, "Oh, we were actually expecting you initially beforehand, but Dalaran did send message to us that there was some change of plans with the way that dome was expanding. Interesting. We weren't sure that you would still come here." And he takes the writ and he seems to almost like put it at his side and places it in. Effectively, he slots it and it seems to disappear, applying that he has some kind of bag. You would assume.
Who must he go talk to go talk to the dragon?
Well, if you wanted to meet, you would need to get proper permissions. In this case, you would need to meet with Mr. Thornscale. He runs a merchant guild. They've recently sold some of their wares here or set up a shop, but if I'm not mistaken, they are preparing to leave. They have business elsewhere. And
a merchant group that owns a dragon?
Yes. We don't particularly... We try not to pry into the business of most that come here.
Fair enough.
Save some potentially hostile or unscrupulous
own
individuals.
a dragon? Or does the dragon just work here?
From what I can tell, it is more so the dragon works for the Thornscale merchants. So yes, again, if you wanted to interact, or perhaps you could purchase travel with them. I know that they're willing to take individuals with them, although I don't know exactly where they're intending on going. It has been, well, it's more so my job to take note of the individuals coming in, not necessarily those going out. But if you wish to travel with them, I know that the fare can be purchased, and then perhaps you could have your interaction with their dragon.
Are all dragons sentient?
Can't I just say hi?
As far as I know, yes.
It's rude. It's considered rude not to greet.
Well, that is why I'm greeting you. But here, apart from those landing in your current, your current group, it is considered rude to encroach on others' business. And they are currently preparing to leave, so unless it is that you are looking to purchase fare, in which case I could direct you. And he gestures to the back of what is this, this hangar, and there's just a large archway. The archway itself is only about 10 feet tall, but it's like 50 feet wide. So it's effectively made
Tiku
for more
grabs-
people to go through it, but seemingly for the larger creatures seem to be forced to stay in this hangar area. And it says, I could take you to meet with the leader of Thornscale if you're truly looking to purchase fare and want to request his permission to interact with his dragon. But other than that, if you wanted
Does Mel, like, look between the legs and see if she can make eye contact with the dragon.
again, as you're kind of looking around, the dragon seems almost dazed. It very much so does not seem to pay any attention to you. Its mouth is, again, forced open just slightly, and it seems to just be kind of like looking forward. Doesn't seem angry or anything like that. It just very much so, it almost just seems like in a trance as it looks forward. Hard to tell if it's just bored or why exactly, but...
Come, Zephyr! Let's go! Tico's gonna head towards the fair purchase thing.
Where are we going?
You have the money, right?
So you have no idea where this is, again. You've just
towards
arrived.
the arches thing that he just pointed out.
So you just grab Zephyr's hand and just start walking in?
Yep. Here we go!
What are we looking
As
for?
you start to walk by, the elf calls out and he says, excuse me, again, it is my responsibility to determine the nature of the business of those individuals.
We are buying fair or trying to talk to the dragon. I already told you this.
We have a spellcaster that wants to.
I need to visit
see
your
yours.
teleportation circles. That way I can use it in the future whenever process that requires.
We're mostly here just to say that we finished the job and he wants to register with your teleportation thing.
And
We're
then-
actually kind of in somewhat of a hurry, if I'm not mistaken.
And then after that, we'll be heading to Zabrakar.
He kind of signals his hand. The individual wearing the black robes quickly falls in line following you two. Says, well, I wish you luck with your business with Thornscale, and for you would simply need the approval of the Mages Assembly. I'd love to have you meet with our leader, as typically that would be the proper sequence of events, considering what it is you have accomplished from what Dalaran has sent us. But unfortunately, he's been called away on some political business.
Discovering a content would do that.
Yeah. Hasn't everyone else?
Yes. Well, for now, as Tiku is just continuing on. He's just,
Calm down, Tiku.
Lead the way, black guy.
black. He's wearing black clothes, but he's not.
I don't believe
he's
Tiku
more
stuttered.
so pale for what it's worth.
I don't think Tiku stuttered.
By the way, I feel like Zephyr's trying to not go with Tiku, but Tiku's just like manhandling him. Because
Zephyr does not have the strength to say no. It's like he's got his heels dug in, but Tiku's just dragging him.
As you're being dragged, the elf wearing the fall colors calls out and says, please, Kilk, make sure that they find their way to Thornscale, and then after their business proceedings, just direct them and bring them back to the...
Bring them back here.
I guess that would work, yes. Bring them back to their wyverns. That perhaps would be the easiest way. And the individual just nods, doesn't actually seem to respond. At this point, he turns back towards those of you still there. Well, in terms of getting approval from the Mages Assembly, I believe that you're most of the way there already. Again, Dalaran sent word ahead of you all. I'm sorry we can't show you more of the hospitality that Ravenhold does have to offer, but if you are in a hurry, perhaps we'll just take you down to the beak, and perhaps we can have you be on your way then.
That'd be most appreciated.
He kind of nods and gestures for you to start to follow him. He actually seems to be a little bit relieved by the fact that you guys seem to be in a hurry and just want to leave, for what that's worth. As you're going, and apologies, my name is Zier. I realized that I called out, and they are now a bit ahead of us, as he gestures to Tiku and the other elf. He says, Kilk, my brother, we're two of the ambassadors here at Ravenhold, typically responsible for greeting high-profile guests. Is the easiest way I could have to say it. What's up?
High
So,
profile.
do we have? Do you guys have like a
bad.
fight club or training area?
There's
We're not gonna
training
be,
grounds.
we're not gonna be here long
but
enough to do that, Terrell.
We are planning on leaving practically as soon as we arrive.
There's a training grounds in the actual village, but at the base of Ravenshold. Ravenhold itself, that is to say, this structure, our home here. There's no fight club or anything of that nature. And he seems a little bit cautious of the fact that you're asking to fight. He definitely seems a little bit on edge about it.
Weak.
What's up?
So as we finally, by me and Tiku, like round a corner, all you're hearing is, it's like, Tiku, it's very rude. Let go, Tiku. It's very rude to not introduce ourselves and. God, you're strong.
Okay, so we're gonna take this in order. First off, we're gonna go for the four of you who are currently being led by Zir. As you head through the back of the hangar, it effectively goes into almost what reminds you of like castle-like halls with walls made of wood. There is something that's a little bit off-putting. The inside of the structure, the only colorations are the different colors of the wood of the structure. So the walls have like different designs and applications of architecture that are built into them, and it is very clear that effectively there is very clear intent and design from the pillars that seem to be almost like to where you can see half of a pillar, almost like jutting out of the wall that's very clearly just been cut that way to resemble pillars and kind of give you that hall-like feeling. But the colorations are simply different stains or different, what appears to be different types of wood. So that is to say everything is a bit brown. It's a little bit off-putting.
Finishes.
And yes.
It looks almost like a rusty castle.
No, the wood is very, very well kept. It almost like think where the nicer things, like the main floor that you're walking on, almost looks to be more of like a mahogany wood. Some of the walls seem to be made more of like pine, a little bit brighter browns. But then some of like the designs and like some of the pictures that you see on the wall, which seem to be illustrations of the Raven Queen. Typically, in fact, there actually seems to be no illustrations of any kind of people. So while you're typically used to seeing like illustrations of kings or crests representing different lines of royalty or noble houses, everything seems to be different iterations that lead you to the Raven Queen, whether it's illustrations of ravens that have been carved into the wood on the walls, illustrations of the Raven Queen herself. Funnily enough, bird skulls are extremely prevalent all throughout this temple. All throughout Ravenshold. Not temple.
So what do you guys do for fun here? If you guys don't have any like training grounds?
Hunt birds, it looks like.
No, absolutely not.
Razu, watch your back.
Canaries are of the highest of the creatures we hunt. Birds are not at the top line of sport. If you want your training, typically those looking for some kind of a fight venture into the woods, as there are many beasts outside of Ravenhold. For us here, though, we show reverence.
Where do you prepare to fight and defend yourself? You guys just go out in the woods and like if someone doesn't come back, whoops, they're done.
Well, the village is always safe. We do not have to worry about protecting ourselves, for the ravens provide.
Okay, but like when you're here, you don't train for anything?
We show reverence. We worship. Our training is that to show our gratefulness.
Hey, hold on. Tiku
is not here.
Oh, where's Tiku?
Tiku and Zephyr.
Aaron,
How do I get one of those masks?
you guys were here before, right?
I've never been to the city.
Oh.
What mask are you referring to? I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Gurgle. And you guys got like all those images. You probably have turned this into a mask at some point. Yeah, that's like this.
Like a raven mask?
The spiritual garb, you wish to don the appearance of a raven? Unlike the fighting, where he seemed almost like on edge about it, this one he seems very clearly interested and happy about.
Think I look that cool, eh?
You don't look that cool.
You're not wearing.
What do you mean?
You're not wearing a raven, by the way. You're just wearing a bird skull.
Again, I'm literally
He
take on the
is-
appearance of a raven. Ugh.
He is a black Kenku.
I'm a ravenoid human. Ugh.
But what he's asking about isn't, because you said part of your garb is that you do have a bird skull over your head.
Mine's a wyvern skull.
Now you look
joking
like
that-
this.
He's joking that
He wants to
Gurgle
dress
wants to
up
look
in-
like.
Yeah.
I was joking because he wants to put
By
on a
the
raven
way,
mask on. I'm
I
a ravenoid.
almost feel like they should be worshiping him right now.
They can't tell that he's a black bird because he's got the wyvern skull.
He takes it off, and then they'd be like, "The chosen one has come."
I want something more like this.
And you're like, "Yes, I am genetically
You want to
superior."
look like the bugs from Epic?
They do not seem overly reverent towards you. However, for you, Gurgle, he says, "I'd be most happy to help you acquire some of our religious garb. It is to say the greatest blessing we can provide to any that would grace Ravenshold with their presence. Tell me, is that something we should do before making your way to the Mages Association, or
Probably while he's going through his, like,
They're gonna indoctrinate him.
acceptance from the magic
I was
people.
gonna say,
Don't drink the
unless I'm
Kool-Aid.
just popping in to study the circle.
well, you will be. There's no danger involved in this when I say it, as some people are concerned, but you will be judged by the Mages Association, and they will determine whether or not it is safe to give you access to the magical workings of, well, that is to say, the access to Ravenshold.
How long does that roughly take, if you would?
Well, it doesn't
Is
happen all
it
the
so?
time.
They're gonna
so probably
judge us
doesn't know.
like? Is it a test, like a written test?
Unless you have the ability to utilize the circle, it is not a test that you would partake in. Part of the test is to judge one's intent, and if approved, it is the responsibility of those that one would bring with access to such magic is left with the caster, and by that nature, only the caster need pass the test.
Hold on. Say that one more time. You lost me there.
You won't be able to use the magic anyway. You don't need to pass the test.
Well, okay. So, all right. So I don't have to worry about the test.
Correct.
That is correct, yes.
Terrence is just worried about having to study.
Kinda.
So with this, you're-
I don't care if we stop by there.
Hey.
We
so-
are in a hurry, but not every second counts.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
we shall make a slight deviation then. And again, he seems
Why are we
quite
making a-
happy about this. As
we making a
as he was
deviation?
taking you, you guys went through the archway leading from the hangar, and he effectively was taking you through different tunnels, making your way back down. Very obvious, especially to you being more familiar with everything. He's taking you back towards the beak of the actual Raven's Head. With this, though, he stops and starts to take you down. Effectively, and he would actually tell you this. We're going, so we will need to make our way into we will need to make our way to the base, to the Raven's Hall. Shouldn't be terribly long, as we do have, and at this point, after a little bit, he actually takes you guys effectively to a pseudo lift. The lifts that they have are more so like wooden platforms that utilize a pulley system with what is effectively giant logs that have been carved out in almost into blocks and then used as counterweights to make this pulley system work. As this elven individual here takes you guys onto the pulley and is going to take you guys down to the base floor. After arriving at the base floor is much more open. It's almost like the entire first floor of Ravenshold is just one open area. There are wooden. Another thing worth noting is while on the floor that you guys initially entered on, which would have been about like the 28th floor in terms of like the 34 building, the pillars seem to be very much so designed to look like pillars. Here, the supports that seem to be holding up the structure almost seem to be like trees just growing out of the ground that function as their own individual pillars.
That's kind of cool.
The trees are mainly, each one is probably about 5 feet wide, and there is a plethora of different trees that grow here, all of which should not grow necessarily together. You see what appears to be like pine trees, versions that almost seem to be like, they resemble sequoias, but they're smaller. Redwood trees as far as the way the bark is, but obviously the height isn't quite there. It's maybe just like the base of it. You see what appears to be like fall trees that have different colors of bark.
Any palm trees from Serpent's Rest? I think that's what the island's called, to the southwest.
There does seem to be trees that resemble it with the yellow and white bark that you would have experienced before. The one thing that's worth noting with the different types of trees, that's how this area seems to be sectioned off. Rather than having walls to section off different parts of it, it's almost like subsections that seem to be colored in different substrata of trees. With that being the case, as you guys come down to this pulley system, funnily enough, that same colored trees. So it's effectively a white bark that has yellow just kind of bled through it, almost not quite tiger striped, a little bit more prevalent than what would be like stripes on a tiger, but it takes you into that area of it. There is, as you come into it, there's not exactly a shape behind these different color substratas in this floor. However, for this one, it almost seems to be like a perfect square. For most of them, it's just they kind of like bleed into each other. This one is almost like a perfect tree, almost like they seem to be purposely planted, but somehow the other stuff almost gives off a little bit more of a natural vibe. In the center of that, there's a larger pool with what appears to be a stone sculpture standing at about 8 feet tall that seems to be standing over it. Currently, or hands both kind of out a little bit sideways. In one of them, there seems to be a robe that is hanging off it, and in the other one, there appears to be a bird skull. Very much so large enough that a humanoid could wear it. There is 2 individuals that are currently kneeling. The water coming up to that statue has steps on it. They're kneeling the second step up and seem to be almost very much so look to be saying some kind of a prayer to this stone statue. And then there is a plethora of other individuals that are kind of scattered throughout. There are a couple individuals that seem to be in light robes that seem to be washing themselves in the water. And then apart from that, looking around this place, you see what appears to be, as you go into the different substrata of trees, it almost gives off a market street vibe. Apart from this small, almost like reverent or like religious part of this place, the rest of the floor seems to be given off where you see different merchants that are different races. You see the mostly humanoid, mostly humans, but you do see a mix of other like dwarves. There are some elves, including your current, I was going to say navigator, but the individual currently leading you. And then the biggest thing that's a little bit different here is this is definitely the largest grouping of like bird folk that you've seen. From seeing different Aarakocra to even seeing some Kenkus that seem to be almost have like a group together.
Is
that
Ethan
seem to be
here?
walking down.
This is where you're from, Roger.
No, not from what you can tell, but there is a large amount of bird folk in here. Under humans, it's, if you were to take, obviously there's like Kenku, Aarakocra, and a bunch of other bird folk. Bird folk are the second most prevalent to the humans here. With that being the case, you're brought over to the pool, and he says, and to you, Gurgle, he says, it is actually fairly simple to acquire the garb. You simply must wash yourself in the cleansing pond and present yourself to the Raven Queen, as long as she befits to grant you. And he gestures to the individuals that are currently praying on seem to be praying on the step. He says, then you may take some garment.
How do I present myself? I just get in the water.
Cleanse yourself in the water and offer up a prayer to the Raven's Queen. Should she accept it, she will present you with the garments you seek.
So I just jump in the water, huh?
We prefer that you don't jump. We prefer that you step in, but yes.
You're not here, Jeffrey.
I know. No, but Trinity remembers something.
Touch my toe in it.
The water itself,
Is it a good temperature?
it is a good temperature. It feels a little bit almost like thick. Despite the water looking fairly clear, it's almost more of like a slick substance.
A mucus.
More like paint.
This is kind of similar to my home, except less.
What are the religious beliefs of your gods?
The
What's
Raven
it stand
Queen.
for?
Well, what your god means to you varies from individual to individual. For myself, it is happiness, peace, tranquility. The ability, the peace of coming to terms with your past, your present, your future.
So
the
it's
ability to truly just as a gurgle. Who did you pick?
Huh?
When you came in, it was you, Tiku.
Who did I pick?
For your spell?
Oh, Terrence.
Oh, me, Tiku, and Terrence.
Okay. Gurgle.
And then I saw, "Oh, Raven person, please let me have a cool cloak with a bird head."
Okay, you need to make a wisdom saving throw.
wait, whoa, get down. So it's like the god of time, like Bane's the god of power. The
Your-
dwarves worship the god of the forge. Like
Your
the god of
interpretation of gods seems to be misguided, my friend. Gods are not gods because they are gods of something. They are gods that then concepts are associated and given.
What's the concept of your god? Time, past, present, future. Is that what you said? Inner peace.
It seems we view gods in a opposing facet. Again, gods are not a concept. They are a god that you then assign concepts to. To me, she is a god of peace, of happiness, tranquility, one to help you to proceed through the to every aspect of your life.
But what is the Raven Queen most commonly associated with?
It depends completely on the individual.
Commonly. Average.
Make a religion check.
Cocked. It's like almost a 20, but also almost a 2. Oh. Nope. Alright,
It's also closer to a 2, so if I was going to pick one, that's a 2.
they're just like on its side a little bit in between.
You were supposed to check his dice, so I didn't have to do that. Roll again, sir.
Oh, you said yes, it is cocked. I see.
Oh shit! That's 20. 21, I think.
The Raven Queen is most commonly associated, at least from what you've heard, the Raven Queen would most commonly be associated with, effectively, the easiest way to describe it would be like memories. It's the landscape of, another easy way to do this, the land in between, the ethereal plane, that is what she would most commonly be associated with. The different ways that an individual can interact with the mental scape, with your mental scape. I guess I
so
would say.
like
That is where
with how he worded it, it was kind of like coming to terms with your past, so like inner peace. Eh?
he's just saying he very much was describing to you that a god helped him find peace.
Oh.
If you ever
So it
talked to
does it actually have to do with your past, present, and future, or is it just interaction with the with the line in between?
with a 20, you would know that the Raven Queen is known to have influence over memories.
So influence over the past, if you will.
Dumb frog. That's why nobody wants to leave.
What was your wisdom saving throw? 8?
Oh god.
Okay. Gurgle lies in the river.
And now
He
Gurgle
seems to close
leaves
his
the
eye
party.
and just start to kind of float.
This is the religious. This is basically like the religion room. So can I like get books and start researching
There's no books.
it while it? I start digging around and try to just find all the information I can about the Raven.
As soon
Queen
as you start
for
to
my
leave
time
the
being.
area, Zir again says, "What is it you are looking for, my friend? We must wait. Gurgle, your friend, is currently undergoing..."
I look up.
I'm gonna research the Raven Queen while I'm here.
What do
Figure
you
out
want to
everything I
know?
can.
Ask away. I am more than happy
We
to
gotta get
help.
going though.
Everything she stands for, how she came to power.
I'm supposed to be worthy. Something's supposed to happen.
What does the Garb do?
How do any gods come to power? Because we believe in her. It is belief that gives gods power. She did not... There was no kind of tyrannical war or rise. She is what she is because we believe it is what she is. Her power is given to her.
What does
by
putting on the
us.
Garb do?
It gives you...
What does the frog just do symbolically?
He showed a willingness to be happy.
Oh my god, can't you just speak with normal words?
Okay, so for now, where we're going to pause there and then we're going to jump over to them is with you, Gurgle, as you're lying in this water. As you're lying in this water, effectively,
I'm just making water angels.
you start to, very much so, it's not that you start to forget any kind of problems or like the current pressing issues or anything like that, but you start to realize that they're not entirely pressing. Like in the grand scheme of things, truly, how much does your influence matter? How much does any of your influences matter? Does it really make a difference? And even if it does it really impact like history? Does it make a change? Are you even necessary in this current plan? That is to say, you start to realize that it's not actually entirely essential that you continue in all these. The only thing that you really still feel a strong connection to, and this does not go away, is you do still feel that you have to do something to save your grandfather as he's imprisoned. But apart from saving your grandfather because he's imprisoned, what stake does Gurgle truly have in these events?
Nothing, dude.
I was just gonna say after 30 seconds I would attempt to extract him, but that's it.
Hold that thought. Okay, so
I don't know if this helps or if this changes anything, but do keep in mind I do have an active entity other than myself inside of me.
I know.
After we make it a ways, Zephyr gives in and just starts following. Okay, Tiku, you can let go of my hand now. I'll go with you wherever you want. Where are we going anyways?
It's fucking books.
Hey, Tiku.
To get permission to talk to the
Hey,
dragon.
Tiku.
What?
Can you please let go of my hand? You're gripping on very tightly. Thank you. Okay, what was that?
I needed money to talk to the dragon. That's what the man said.
Zephyr doesn't keep any of your money, by the way.
Actually, I do right now.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was sit there in the hat at all.
He initially did, and then it got moved to me because I had the bag.
Okay.
Or the necklace.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so for Tiku and Zephyr, the individual leading you, who is addressed as Kelk, as he continues to lead you, you guys also are kind of going through these different corridors, effectively making your way through Ravenshold, but you guys actually seem to just be going deeper into the same floor. Whereas the rest of the group was slowly going down and then ended up on a lift going all the way down. You guys seem to just go effectively towards the back of what would be the skull on the typical Raven. And towards the back of it, you also find a lift, but this lift, unlike the one that they had found that had the ability to kind of go up and down, only has the ability to go up. As you get to this lift, and you see at the top, you're just kind of like looking in, you look up at the top, it doesn't go incredibly high. It seems to only go one floor up. As soon as you guys actually get to the lift, Kilk kind of gestures to the lift, and he says, I will not be accompanying you in further, as this is currently... Think of this as an inn that has been temporarily purchased. You will find the members of the Merchants Trading Guild up a little really across the entire floors. They've purchased the rights to the entire area. But simply gain permission from the leader of the Thornscale merchants, and then I'm sure your business can continue. I will wait for you here.
And how do we get back down here?
You simply take the lift. You may rise up and then return freely. They are simple merchants. I don't believe that you would have any kind of problem as soon as you want to leave.
Okay. Well, let's go, Tiku.
Okay. As you guys,
Thanks for the information.
were you gonna say something? I apologize.
I'm still waiting for you to come in the elevator. I've been in here for like 2 minutes. I don't get all the talking.
Okay, so you guys take this lift. The elf individual that you're with pulls a lever that kind of seems to send you up. There's a lever very clear at the top as soon as you get there that would allow you to come back down. The area you're looking at actually very much so gives you the feel of an inn, despite the fact that you've never actually left Ravenshold. As soon as you come up, it's almost as if you're looking into like the front room of an inn. There's a table. There's multiple different tables that have been set up with a bunch of different individuals, all seeming to be playing different games. Almost every table has a pile of coins in the middle of it, and they seem to be very much so playing for stakes in multiple different games. There is the bar towards the back. Behind the bar is just an older, or like middle age, I would say. Middle-aged human male who, as soon as he sees you, he kind of stops with what he's currently doing, which he had a couple glasses, and sets them down and just gestures for you guys to move forward. The environment is, we'll say, bustling. Most of these individuals seem to be either drunk or getting there. There is spilled food, spilled wine kind of scattered all throughout it, and then the room itself, the only other way out of it seems to be to the right, so it'd be technically to your guys' left. So to the left of you guys as you come in, there is an additional hallway that seems to go back, and you guys can see that there are multiple doors that have been set up, giving you an idea of some bedrooms. So a little bit of a smaller in its design. All the individuals that you see, for you, Zephyr, you immediately notice, all of them seem to have a crest. They're either wearing it as like a necklace, it's like a patch on their arm, some of them is like a symbol on their chest. All of them seem to have this same, it almost looks like a triangle shield, but a dragon scale. And it's very clearly, again, the same symbol across all of them. You would assume that this is the symbol of the Thornscale merchants. As you guys, I assume, listen to the bartender and kind of just walk forward. He
Yep.
goes, I'm
Hello.
sorry, are you, I don't see any insignia on you. Are you expected guests? Are you part of the celebration? What is
We're
exactly?
just traveling through.
What are you celebrating?
I'm currently celebrating how much money is being spent today. However, their group seems to be celebrating a good haul. This is one of the most prevalent trading groups that finds their way to Ravenshold year after year. Can I get you anything? I don't believe this is closed invitation. They're typically fairly free going.
Do you want anything? I need to talk to the leader of this trading company thingy.
What business have you with Mr. Thornscale? It is currently he's a bit busy. He's in the back. Bautrek, as he seems to just gesture to one of this is a dwarven individual that kind of like turns around and looks at you guys. Doesn't actually seem to be drinking, despite the vast majority of everyone here having flowing drinks. He seems to be entirely sober. Currently has a hand of cards and has the most coins out of anyone you can see currently in front of him. And he turns, sets down his cards, and he says, "Seems it's your lucky day." As he slides some of the coins towards the middle of the table, effectively folding his hand. Takes up his coins, kind of stores them, walks over to the table, looks at the bartender, who gestures towards you all, and goes, Are you guys looking to purchase some? Let me guess. Based on you, perhaps some armaments for the one who looks quite feeble. Some armor, maybe. You look like you'd break quite simply. Perhaps dragon scales. What kind of budget are you looking at?
I gotta be right back. I gotta go fix something.
Are you looking for new armor?
No, I'm not looking for anything. I don't know.
I want to talk to a dragon.
You want to speak with the dragon? So are you looking to purchase fare? Do you wish to come with us? Is that what you're looking for?
Where are you going?
We are making our way to Yavakal. It is quite a bit north. The travel will be of some distance, but I can promise the luxury and the comfortability of the travel will be like none that you've ever experienced. Our Harlequin, our way to travel, that is really, it's unmatched.
How do you normally travel?
I thought I just explained that the palanquin. Think of it as almost as a large bed, almost like a mini structure that is carried beneath the dragon. It's almost like a mobile home. It's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside.
Oh, it's a magic shit.
Yes. It's quite nice, quite lovely.
I think we have to go to the upper car. So unfortunately cannot travel with you right now. But maybe in the future. But is there another way to talk to your dragon?
If you are simply wishing to speak with the dragon, I suppose I could go
give
ask
him money.
Thornscale.
Wait, why am I giving him money?
He's letting me talk to his dragon. They like money. Maybe the dragon wants money.
Oh, you want me to bribe him?
Money, but give me a moment. Let me go speak with our guildmaster, and I'll see what I can do. At this point, he just leaves you guys.
I like that
almost
guy.
immediately upon him leaving, the table that he was currently sitting at calls out to you guys and says, do you fancy yourselves a good game of cards? As they all kind of hold up and point to the empty seat at the table. A large pot of gold, currently gold and silver and copper, currently in the middle of the table. Even a couple platinum coins in there.
Can I borrow
Okay.
your kitchen?
Well,
I say to the borrow to the.
I would like to do an insight check.
Go for it. As you ask the bartender,
There's honest merchants.
no,
I'm more
the
wondering
answer is no.
if they're going to take
We're
no
quite
for an
busy
answer.
right now. Perhaps if you come on a day that we're not hosting such a celebration.
How about to help you with the celebration food?
I appreciate it, but I think we're okay. I have much staff on hand. I prepare for this each year. I'm grateful to say I am the main choice that this merchant guild has every time they stay here.
I could
19.
increase your reputation. I'm a pretty damn good cook.
My reputation is quite solid. Again, I appreciate it, but I think we're good, and I'm if you're not gonna order something, I'm actually quite busy. As he turns, and a table that had just been calling out and yelling at him as he had not quite taken the drinks that he initially had, he picks up the drinks and more so runs them over to the table, almost spilling a little bit. They very much so seem like they want you to play. They don't seem like they don't. It doesn't seem like they're cheating or anything like that. As far as like the
I more want to know if are they going to take no for an answer?
They don't seem overly pressing, actually.
Okay.
As it seems like a genuine invite with some people who are feeling rambunctious and very obviously a little bit drunk.
No, it's good. I'll pass for now.
The first individual
Thanks
that invited
for
you
the
goes,
invite.
unfortunate. He picks up a coin and just throws it across at somebody else who seems to have knocked out of a game, and just points to the seat and he says, "Open chair." And the guy kind of looks at the table and he goes, "I never liked this game anyways." And just stands up, kind of throws his current for that one. He seems to have like a cup with some interesting dice on them that seem to have almost like the shapes of monsters on them. It almost seems to be some kind of almost like paper, rock, scissors, dice style game with
Ooh,
monsters.
that
on
one
each
looks
side.
more interesting to Tiku.
And then he comes over and joins to the hand of cards, pulls out a small pouch of coins, and slides some coins to the middle of the table, and they start to play additional cards. With that, for what it's worth, with the insight check that you rolled, a little bit surprising to you, both from looking around, and you obviously you can't see anything. That's not typically your forte. But as you kind of like are listening into a couple of the conversations as you're waiting here in this, effectively just right in front of the bar, all the people here seem like they're, despite the fact that people are betting and losing absorbent amounts of money, where normally you would see like anger, like people would start getting fights or frustrated when they start to lose money. When people seem to lose their hands here, it is almost just like a laughing matter of, I guess this year I'm going to be down quite a bit, and then other individuals who are overly happy, and then like they win the hand, but in response to winning the hand from the other individual, they're like they like immediately order him a drink after winning it, and then just takes out of the money they just win from him. So it gives you this sense of a very close knit group of people, that all, again, they all seem. It almost seems like they're just having. It very much so just seems like they're having fun.
There's good camaraderie between them.
Yes, it seems that all the individuals in here are very close. That is a very good way to put it.
Okay.
About 10 minutes would go by before the individual would walk back out, and he actually has an additional individual with him.
Chico's gonna try the dice game while she's waiting.
Okay.
By the way, I will buy a drink and give it to the guy that offered me a game.
All right.
Just
So a drink would be so the drinks are not overly priced. Well, you actually have a range. It's like so you could spend up 2 copper up to a gold depending on how fancy you want to go.
Yeah, we'll do gold.
Oh!
That's more so like buying him, by the way, a container. That's not just a drink.
We'll do that just to more or less like make sure the guy doesn't think we're just loitering here and just be like, we'll buy something.
Yeah. The bartender is quite appreciative, but actually, as you buy it and you bring it over to the table and you kind of set it down, the individual who had called out to you, so this is a human individual, kind of like looks at it and looks up and he goes, "There's by no means do you have to. Don't get me wrong, we do appreciate it, but," and he gestures to the pile of money on the table and he says, "We can't afford our drinks. Don't feel pressured at all to purchase us anything. We've had quite a good haul this year."
I appreciate the goodwill that you've brought to this place, and I just want to pay it forward.
Wow. We appreciate it, and if you'd like to play and simply don't wish to gamble your gold, you're still more than welcome. We could find you a spot.
I have other obligations.
Pity. No, 'tis no matter. May I have your name?
understands.
It's
How could the dragon doesn't beat that thingy?
Hold that thought for a second.
It's Zephyr.
Zephyr, it's good to meet you. My name, I go by Leafblade. I lost my name a while ago. We were. Chill out. I lost my name some time ago. I was taken in here, and this is the name that he saw fit to give me. You see, I always, and he pulls out a leaf, and he says, I, even as a child, fancied making myself music. It's always brought me peace, and he effectively plays the leaf like a small harmonica.
I love doing that, by the way.
That's a pretty great talent. As I hear Tiku start to scream, like, pardon me, I need to go take care of my friend.
He looks over and looks at the table and goes, "Good luck." Was Tiku playing for money?
What does Tiku have? Like, yeah. Tiku doesn't care about money, yeah.
Does Tiku have anything on?
The table that you walked up
so you do have 15 gold on you.
Okay.
It's not my fault. You guys decided to split the party. This was you. This was your doing. Okay, the pot is currently at 73 gold.
Holy
and
God.
the hand that the individuals that you'd be jumping into would be, you'd be jumping into a 5-man game, so it'd be 73 divided by 5 is the gold that you currently have betting.
Let's see here.
I only have
15 divided by 5 is 4. or 60,
Wow, where'd my mouse
60
go?
divided by 5 is 12.
So 14.
So 14 gold.
14, 15.
We'll call it 14 gold.
Okay.
That's her entire.
She's got 1 gold left.
Worth noting.
Tiku just dumped her entire thing. She doesn't know.
Yeah.
Again, and you're able to see this effort. The buy-in is being like 14 gold, but with the number coming off to where some people have to do 15, the people that she actually joined the table with immediately just take the gold out and like effectively tell her just like, don't worry about the extra, we got it covered. And they throw it in. I'm actually going to have you play this game.
Okay.
So for this one, it's quite literally a game of luck. There's no necessarily skill involved with this. It's just rolling dice.
Okay.
Easy.
You could cheat and use sleight of hand to try and get your dice to what you want.
But by the way, I apologize. The stream keeps like cutting in and out. I don't know why right now.
Oh, well, unfortunate. I apologize for anyone that might be in the Twitch chat.
There's recording, so I'll just post that if I have to later.
We'll have it posted on YouTube. But yeah, apparently Twitch is having some issues right now. Unfortunate.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
The internet's having issues.
All right,
right
I'll play against her.
So the internet's having issues.
Oh,
Right
that's
now.
actually a good idea. 5 individuals. I'm going to have the 5 of you play this game.
Woo, woo, yeah, let's go.
Okay, so the way that we're going to do this, actually, it's so the way this game is played is you're going to roll a d10, and your d10 high wins, but it beats the opposite. So that is to say, 5 and 6 are tied, 6 beats 5, 7 and 4 are 2 sides of it, and beats it down. You roll until someone beats you out, and then you're out.
Wait,
So
what?
if you roll above 6, you
So
can't
if
get
you
knocked
get a
out.
3, you are knocked out on an 8.
But if
someone
no
else has
one
an 8.
rolled an 8 on the hand, you roll again. And you roll until you're knocked out.
Last person standing wins.
Yes.
Okay, it's D10, you said?
Yeah, so everyone's going to roll a d10. If you roll a 6 or above, you're guaranteed to stay in the game. If you roll a 5 or below, depending on if someone rolled the opposite end to you, you're knocked out.
All right, so let's start around the table, I guess.
What'd you get?
5.
So you die to a 6. You knock out a...
3.
You would knock out a 3.
Oh, no.
7.
You get knocked out by a 10. 7 would knock out a 4. What
Yes.
do you get?
I'm out.
What'd you get?
4.
Oh, no!
He's gone!
One of the individuals is out. Go ahead and roll again for the 4 remaining.
This game
7.
sucks too.
We'll try this for a little bit, and then if technically in the scheme of the game, it would keep going until someone gets knocked out. However, if
get
we do this a
lower
couple
dice, yeah.
times, then we'll
7
change it.
killing 4.
7. What'd you get?
6.
I said 7 killing 4.
We both got 6s.
I have an 8.
Oh, never mind.
What if people
8 and
roll the
6.
same thing?
Someone
I got a 7.
Double.
He got an 8. 8, 6.
roll again. We'll roll until one more person gets eliminated, and then I'll
5.
change the roll. Oh. This is how this game.
3.
What if you both roll the
9.
higher ups?
Okay, no one's
5.
out.
Okay.
I don't get it.
3.
6.
2.
6. No one's out.
Oh.
Again. Go again.
What?
We'll go until one person gets knocked out
6.
again, and then I'll change it.
8.
6,
you get, Paul?
6.
Uno.
No one's out.
What's out? Okay, we're gonna try one more time, and then I'll expand it by
10.
1.
Oh, 10. 6.
3.
No one's out.
Okay, we're gonna expand it by 1 then, just so we're not doing this forever. We'll expand it by 1, and that is to say, like a 6 will beat a
Another
5
10.
and a 4. So you'll expand it by 1.
1.
Actually, you could just do that. So
Oh,
a 9
shit.
or a
8.
10 would knock that out.
I got a 10.
Oh,
That's not
knocked
a
out.
knockout. What'd you get?
I got 8.
You got an 8. What'd you get? 5. Okay. We'll have the 3 of you roll again. With the 1 plus, we might be able to actually do this.
Oh. It's a 1.
8.
3.
8 knocks
So
out
by
3.
the one expand. The 8, actually, not even
Eight,
with the
yeah,
that
8
just straight
takes
knocks
out
it
3.
out.
And
So now we
10
got the
also
2 of
just
you.
straight knocks out 1.
So now we got the 2 of you, but to make this not take forever, what we're gonna do is anything above 6 will knock anything below a 6. So if you roll a
So
6 or
everyone-
above,
Just a 50-50.
yeah.
Oh, Tiku's
If you both roll high, you
Oh,
have to
I got a
re-roll.
7.
Oh, I got a 9.
9.
So you got to re-roll.
Let's do this.
Another 7. Oh, a 3.
Ah, Tiku
You lost no gold as Tiku actually wins the hand. You win a pot of 73. That's 73 minus the 14. So that means that you won 59 gold.
Didn't you say that they put the 2 gold in?
I mean, you're just
minus 14 because it was some people would technically have to put in 15.
Okay. Well, ultimately, you have 74 gold because you had 1 gold left.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's also an easy way to do it.
So.
I didn't know if you already minused your gold or not, so I was just saying that's how much gold you technically won. But as you get to the end of it, one of the individuals at the table, one of the individuals at the table says, "Even if dragon doesn't beat God, apparently your luck is still fairly high. Congrats, little creature." And at this point, we're going to say that the 2 individuals that I said from before had come in. So the dwarf that had greeted you from previously, as well as a human that comes out with him, comes to the table. And as as these people are laughing and crediting your luck, the human comes up and says, "A lucky one, it seems. Are you the one that wanted to speak with my dragon?"
Yes. Is this enough?
She just offers the whole pot back.
As you have like this, we'll say they have it in different like pouches. You kind of like hold the pouches up to him. He goes, "There's nothing so extravagant you'd need to offer me. However, unfortunately, I'm not sure you would quite find satisfaction in that conversation. Unfortunately, that dragon has been a close friend of mine for quite some time, and the easiest way to say it is he's a little slow in the head. He encountered, from what we can tell, he encountered a high-standing mage who cast some kind of magic on him that made him, well," and he kind of like looks at the table like jokingly and he says, "Stupid. He can't talk. In fact, if you leave him alone for too long, typically he'll start to drool. He struggles to function without us, and so I do my very best to keep him fed and keep him cared for, and I do utilize him a little bit to acquire some coin, as he can eat a lot. But unfortunately, I'm not sure the conversation would warrant much, but you're welcome to try. I'd be happy to go with you even."
Oh, you have a friend that can use magic canceling stuff. Have you tried that before?
We've tried many different things, but none of us have the ability to use magic. We are but simple merchants. However, if you need someone to negotiate for you, that I can do. But no, in terms of any kind of dispelling magic, even with all the coin that I have, I've not found a way to properly heal him, unfortunately.
What's his name?
I've given him a name temporarily until the day that he may until the day that I may learn his actual name. I've been referring to him as Bralador.
Bralador.
I hope to one day learn his true name, but again, when I found him, he was a bit smaller than he is now, and again, unfortunately, from what I can tell, there is some kind of magical influence that seems to have deteriorated his brain, and I do the best I can now to make sure he's taken care of.
And what's your name?
Oh, apologies. I typically go by the name of our guild. I am our leader. You can call me Mr. Thornscale.
Thornscale.
Seems a little bit pompous, I know, to name a guild after you, but for what it's worth, it was his idea, as he points to the dwarf. And the dwarf just kind of shrugs and he says, it makes it very clear who the boss is. Now, I'm going to go win some more money off these fools. The dwarf walks back over to one of the tables, sees that his spot was taken, and then makes his way over to a different table and joins in at another game.
What was his name again?
So the leader goes by Thornscale. You're asking about the dwarf, right?
Yes.
The dwarf's name was Bolsh.
Bolsh?
Bolsh. B-L-O-S-H.
Bolsh.
Bolsh.
Bolsh. Bolsh. Okay. And then what are the 5 people I was playing with?
Fucking
A, B, C.
You were playing with
NPC 1, NPC 2.
A, B, C, D, and E.
What are you talking about? You don't already have names for all these people?
You don't already have full-on fleshed out backstory
in this room.
This is so. Just so you know, I do know how many people are in this. This is a 52. This is a 52-man guild.
Ooh.
You were playing with Alera, Brindle, Karek, Leora, and Thaddeus.
Alaria, Brindle, Thaddeus.
Thaddeus Chunkus.
Alera, Brindle, Thaddeus, Leora, and Carrick.
Tarek and Leona.
Carrick.
Eric. Okay, and then what's the bartender's name?
The bartender's name is William.
What is the rat in the corner's name?
His name is Twitch.
If you
What
want
is the name of the bar?
that
or
you
the
never
inn?
asked.
What is the name of the inn? Bar. This place.
The Silver Spoon Oak. Or Silver Oak, as it's typically referred to in passing.
SS Oak.
She just grabs out a freaking rock, starts scribbling on it in a language that no one
Everyone's
understands.
just bailing.
Silver skinned.
Where's the group?
Silver Spoon Oak.
Spoon. Oh.
Silver Spoon Oak.
And then
Or,
Silver
in
Spoon.
passing, Silver Oak.
Or Soak, for those who are cool.
They're just soaking, dude. They're just.
Okay.
This is why when you guys said, just like, yeah, we'll make a quick stop at Ravenshold. And I was like, will you?
And then the dragon.
Thought it was.
He calls the dragon. What was his name again?
I was gonna be pretty straight to the point, but then we went to the village.
He
room,
currently
I was like,
calls the dragon. Oop, sorry.
We haven't spent that long though.
We haven't spent that long in game.
Bo,
We spent a lot of
so it's
time out of game.
BLOALDOR.
Just because they're doing some merchant stuff.
And you're doing
Yes.
your religion stuff.
Bol
But again, that hasn't taken that long. It's only been like
is
20
how
minutes
he
tops.
currently refers to it.
20 minutes adds up.
Okay. Thornscale. I'm ready.
He kind of like looks to one of the tables and he pulls out a patch of coins and he sets it on the table and he says, kind of like looking over the table, and as it's just the table that you're currently sitting at, he just looks towards it and goes, Alara, play a hand from me. Use this bet. See if you can win me something. And kind of just winks at her. She immediately seems to kind of like blush and look down. And for what? And then again, you notice this first with your insight. All the individuals in here, even from the other tables, as they look at this individual, have like a very clear admiration. Like as they see him, they wave to him. He kind of like lightly waves back, and there's very much so a sense of what it almost appears to be like. It almost seems very much so like a love. There's like a love and admiration that everyone has, and it almost looks like each person in there has some kind of personal connection with him. But he actually just goes with you guys. He leaving out, he waves to a couple of people, exchanges quick pleasantries with some of them, and then travels with you back to the hangar. As you guys are traveling
You
back,
are a beloved leader. Are you a god?
no, I am absolutely not. I would do my very best to avoid them. If I were to say, I don't care for gods. Let's put it that way. And he pulls out a coin and says, this is the only real god in this world. Sure, the gods do have influence. They have power in different aspects. But if you truly want to live a good life, even amongst those who claim that their gods are omnipotent, important, all of that, yes. Coin speaks louder than any religion in my experience.
So how do you protect your clan? They all love you, and they seem safe.
He holds the coin up again. He says, again, coin speaks louder than any religion. You just have to know how to spend it.
Hold on. I've seen hordes of coins. Hordes and hordes, like taller than this whole building. They didn't do none. They
I think
didn't
your
protect
internet
nothing.
died, by the way. Like, straight up.
I rebooted the router.
Oh, I was going to say. And where did you see these hordes of coins?
In the dragon's
I was gonna
nest.
say I have internet.
They like to sleep on it.
Dragons would typically have a good deal of coin. In fact, to the point of coin being able to purchase you many things, many dragons for coin would protect you. In fact, I would wager that I might even at this point be able to purchase a dragon's protection. It is the power of gold, the power of coins.
For how long, though? Like forever?
Of course, you simply just have to continue working and make more money.
How do you make money?
I sell goods.
Like what?
Many different kinds of goods. Currently, the most common and most profitable among us is, he kind of like gestures forward as you're walking. He says, the scales that are shed by my friend.
You sell dragon scales.
And of course, he sheds the scales fairly regularly as he is growing. He is not a full, matured dragon by any means, or he'd be too big to land here. And so, the scales that he sheds, we typically collect those and sell them for a small fortune. In addition to that, we travel from land to land, or place to place, I should say. We've even ventured off of Altira and collected goods from other continents. The islands just to the south of Altira, we've made our way into a little bit we've been able to acquire some goods even in Kalasmir, and even made our way to the Great Eye for a little bit of, what is to say, collection work. Some of us are capable of, well, collection is the easiest way to say it. But, yes, we simply continue to make coin. We spend the coin so that we can live how we want. And it's effectively just a cycle. Call us a roving band of merchants.
Tico did not know this. Gods are outdone by coins.
Of course.
It's a matter of opinion, but
Zephyr's like, I don't know if I agree with this.
With a little bit of time, you guys make your way back to the hangar, and he just brings you straight to the bronze dragon, who, as soon as you guys approach, the dragon, who, again, has a very, like, glazed over look to their eyes, just kind of, like, looking forward, doesn't seem to do anything until the individual you're with he gives out a light whistle, which I'm actually not going to do because I don't know how loud that would be. But he whistles to the dragon, and it seemingly turns down, and this is the first time the glossiness to its eyes seems to almost like focus in a little bit, and it kind of brings its head down and just lays down on the ground. This is only like a large creature, a little bit big, like it's going on the huge size, but it is just a large dragon. Very much so seems to, in terms of D&D, this would be a teen dragon. As it kind of just puts its head down on the ground, he just reaches out and starts to pet over the scales on one of its eyes, and then there's like a piece of over one of the eyes. It's almost looks like to be like skin shedding as he goes, and his hand gets stuck a little bit, and he's like, an example for you. And as he takes it, and he almost like kind of peels it off, and in a little bit of like a, to the point that it does seem like it'd be ripping off like a piece of dead skin. Maybe it hurt a little bit, to the point the dragon almost like grimaces a little bit. And he takes it, and then he kind of rubs his hand over it, and you can see there's a fresh scale underneath, giving you the idea that this dragon does very much so seem to just continually grow scales. And he takes the scale and he says, "Here, a gift for one so kind as to participate in our games. And I did hear about your gift. Apologies, I didn't catch your name, but your presence was not unnoticed. But again, you're welcome to speak with him. I don't believe he'd be able to respond, though."
I'm going to come up to the dragon.
And in Draconic, I'm going to be talking.
Volador, is that your name? My name is Tiku.
Sorry, I need to pull the spell.
Jeffrey. Can you do dispel magic, please?
I can.
Can you hear him?
I mean, I can try if they want me to attempt.
What kind of spell would cause him to not have his mind?
I mean, there's a great many.
Cool. Okay. Apologies. I'm ready now. Does not seem to have any kind of reaction.
Where is... Gonna try? Maybe sit there and can help.
I mean, I can try. As long as they're okay with me casting a spell. Just to dispel magic.
Mr. Thornscale here says, I'm not terribly familiar with magic myself, but if you believe it would help, I would welcome it. In fact, if you're successful, I'd be more than happy to pay you for your work.
I mean, it shouldn't hurt at the very minimum. Or at the very, very minimum.
Tico's gonna scratch behind his scale around his neck.
He does, for the first time, seems to very seriously take a look at you guys. To where it's very clear now he's actually giving you a little bit of a rundown. Is he?
I am a follower of Riveron.
Tico's gonna scratch.
As I show my symbol.
He actually reaches out and says, may I?
Yes.
Tico's gonna scratch under his chin where the dragon
takes
like
it
to be
and
scratched.
As I hand it to him, it's like static electricity.
As he kind of takes it, there's actually even a little bit of a shock, and he's like, it's an interesting sigil. It reminds me of Talos, but it has a more so unique and
I visibly grimace.
It's a. I don't know. This is more of a. The design is more intricate. In fact, I might even say more beautiful. As he hands it back to you.
The design is very human.
I appreciate you saying that.
He looks
The
towards the
second part.
dragon and he says, if you would give your best effort, again, if you're successful, I will do whatever I can to pay you back.
All right.
While he's doing that, Tico's gonna get her claws and scratch underneath the
Animal handling.
dragon like she knows how to do.
Which
So I'm
is an
just-
advantage because she knows what she's doing.
I'm just going to skip ahead and 5th level dispel magic.
You still need to roll.
Okay.
He dispels true polymorph. Dragon turns back into a human.
It was not.
Their
it wasn't
scale
a
business is over.
Natural 20.
Of course. Literally a 9th level spell.
I don't think we failed to dispel magic yet.
I just go freaking beast mode, just all my power. The guy's actually getting worried because I'm just
I actually had to look up if the spell could even be dispelled as well. If that actually worked on
It
it.
might need greater restoration.
I don't know.
Some of them require that.
So, that's what I was looking up because can it work? And the answer is dispel magic can actually work on almost anything unless it specifically states otherwise. You simply must pass the level's DC.
Yep, force gauge being an example.
With that being the case, the way that I would actually interpret this is as you take the sigil back and you place your hand on the snout of the dragon, and you cast the 5th level dispel magic, and immediately find that the spell is definitely more powerful than 5th level. With that being the case, as you realize that, and wait a minute.
It's a wizard spell.
Okay, that's not even, with that being the case, as you realize the level of spell that would be required to break this, as you kind of place your hand on your sigil and really start to focus, you almost start to in your head, you almost start to hear a storm, the crackle of thunder, and the fall of rain as you kind of start to sweat, as almost in a surge, like a static shock, as you just kind of and send it through the dragon, to very much so it seems to recoil from this shock that you seem to send through it. Its eyes immediately take on that reptilian shape rather than the almost glossed over, fogged eyes, as the reptilian eyes seem to solidify, and it immediately seems to get a sense of focus, picks up its head, and seems to stand up. Is proud as very much so to what you would expect a proud dragon to stand.
I take a couple steps back.
Rather than what you had seen from before. As it stands up, it quickly looks to you, and then it looks to Thornscale. And Thornscale kind of almost seems bewildered as he looks to it and he looks back to you and he says, I've asked so many people. And as he's about to ask you some question, he seems to get interrupted by the dragon. Does not actually speak, but instead so this would be the three of you, so him included, can hear in your mind just thank you. It's been far too long. Special thanks to you, Thornscale. I don't know where I'd be now without you. To answer your question, no, that was not my name, but in light of the treatment my friend has given me, it will be now. The dragon, again, still standing. Again, it almost seems to be trying to compensate for the fact that it was so lackluster in its appearance, and very much so seems to be a bit more overbearing. As it stands, the creatures in the area all start to almost like panic, and like when a horse hears a storm, some of the flying horses start to rear, and a lot of the individuals, very clearly, as they kind of like look at it, just seem to freeze as the dragon activates its draconic presence, but seems to specifically save the three of you from it, as the vast majority of the people in the room just immediately start to freeze. The creatures go from their unsettled like panic from the horses rearing to different creatures starting to almost like roar and things like that, into just like a large area around it, almost like life seems to stop. All the sound seems to stop. All the individuals just seem to go into more of like almost like cold sweating. Thornscale with you kind of like quickly takes an assessment around it. And he almost seems to like lower his head a little bit, seemingly unsure how to interact with this bronze dragon. And says, I'm sorry, friend, if I could be so bold, couldn't you let them go? If this will give Thornscale a bad reputation. The dragon, seemingly noticing now what it did, almost seeming like it did it unconsciously, kind of untenses a bit. It laxes a bit, still having that proud stance as everyone's like starts to move again. It's almost like the room collectively takes a breath in the presence of this teen dragon. A lot of the creatures still being being panicked effectively. Thornscale kind of like holds his hands up and just loudly yells out, I'm terribly sorry, friends. Please, if any of you are if any severe problems come from this, please find your way and report to us here at Thornscale, and I'll make sure to do right by you. And again, giving credence to what you would assume is a very integrable man, a good portion of the people immediately, upon realizing what happened, seem to almost like downplay it, to like, don't worry about it, but they all also start to start to shuffle away, starting to realize this dragon has gone from what was this
stupor.
I was going to just say the name of the spell.
Almost.
This feeble dragon, this feeble presence, into the more imposing presence of not an adult dragon, but still very clearly a teen dragon that could very realistically kill most of the people here. At this point, the dragon kind of like looks to the harness and everything that has been set up on it, and Thornscale, again addressing the dragon, says, I didn't know how else to pay for the food and the ability to take care of you, but 100%. If you wish for any of this to be gone, I will do away with it in an instant. Dragon responding to this is, no, I would not take the fortune or the business away from one so kind. We can continue to work together. However, I think we might have to find better quarters for me to stay in between locations. And Thornscale immediately nods and says, that'd be most easy. And he says, for now I believe I want to stretch my wings. Could you unharness me? I'll be back in a few days. There's something I need to check on. Thornscale just like immediately nods and walks over. The individuals he has working here, he immediately just calls out to them to have them immediately work with him to unharness this palanquin that has been harnessed to him. As he's working on it, he actually asks the dragon, he says, do you wish for me to refund the individuals we were going to bring with us to Yavakwa? The dragon says, no, just tell them there will be a delay of 1 to 2 days. And he just kind of nods, and it's clear that despite how friendly he feels with this dragon, he's very nervous about how this relationship has gone, how it might go. There's definitely a large amount of fear. At this point, Tiku, the dragon looks towards you as it's getting unharnessed.
I scratch his itchy spots.
And at this point, you'd be more so down to like the side of his leg, you being quite short. He says, now, it seems you had words for me, little dragonkin.
Tiku just wanted to make sure you were okay. And great.
He actually tips his head down a little bit back towards you and he says, while I was not before, it seems I am now. And now he looks to you, and the dragon actually just brings its head down lower to where the point that your head is now above the dragon's. And he says, it seems I owe you a debt I don't yet know how to repay. And it kind of picks up its head to where it's very clearly level with you.
I don't believe... Thanks, Deacon. I believe it's nothing that you need to pay back right away. I believe our paths may cross again. I was probably... seems I may have been sent here to free you.
It almost has like... There's almost like a little bit of like a frustrated growl that you hear from him as he's kind of... I appreciate your sentiment, but this debt is not one I will let unpaid. Please, the day I can repay you, send for me.
I will. By the way, officially, my name is Zephyr. I am a follower of Riveron.
I will remember it always. My name... Well, as of today, my name has changed. I am Belamdor. I should probably write that down. I think I accidentally added an M to that when I said it, just barely.
Okay. How do you spell it real quick?
It's the same name I give you.
Bloodno. I wrote it down. Bloodno.
How'd you write it down? Okay.
Bloodno.
Never mind.
Bloodno. That's how I wrote it down.
It's B-L-E... Actually, I'm going to add the M just because I like it. I didn't do that initially, but okay. I'm going to add it. B-L-E-M-L-D-O-R.
Blemdor.
So it would be... Yes.
Blemno. Blemno.
And he's bronze, right?
I keep trying to put
Yes.
it, make the
He's
L
a
and N.
bronze dragon.
Blemno.
Glemdor. I think I changed it a little bit from what you were initially told, but I actually like that better than what I had initially, so I'm gonna keep it that.
Door? D-O-R or L-O-R?
D-O-R-E.
O-R.
D-O-R.
Technically, if you put an E on the end, that would be a more correct spelling.
Blemno. I like the O-R better.
Sorry, what?
My animal handling was a dirty 20.
I thought you said that already. I'm pretty sure I heard that already.
No.
That's why.
Maybe I just called it out. But
That's why he went. That's why he looked down to you and asked what you needed. He was not actually going to pay attention to you if you didn't get roll high enough.
That's why he didn't eat you.
Do you like T-Rex, raptor, crocodile, or cattle?
Tiku, I believe he wants to go and explore. He's been
Well, not
trapped
explore.
for a
I
while.
simply must check on my den. It's been left untouched for too long. Worry not, friend, as he looks again towards Mr. Thornscale, and he says, I'll bring back something to pay back the years of kindness you have given to me.
So you don't want to eat before you go? I make pretty kick-ass food if I do say so myself.
You know,
I cooked
like,
for another
I feel
dragon.
like Zephyr is like, oh yeah, this guy's legit, but Trinity's like, was that a threat?
Make a persuasion check. I'll even give you advantage due to the nature of the situation.
It's like, I'll bring something
DC
back to
15
repay your kindness.
To convince him to stay for a meal.
I rolled 17.
9th level fireball.
17 says, a bit more time for a meal will not set anything different. Well, let's see what you can make, little dragonkin.
Any preferences on meat types?
I think he wants to see your best.
Give me what you're most confident in. I'm not typically
Grasping
the most picky.
Well, alright. We're gonna make this T-Rex. And I'm gonna crack on next. He pulls out the knife. Or liver.
Okay.
Find the most tender part of the T-Rex. The flaming yawn.
And I
the
literally
T-Rex.
start pulling out my cooking station just to like cook right there in the landing zone.
Thornscale asks if there's like any spices or anything that you need, and offers to actually get you like more exotic spices.
You should
or
take over the
additions.
kitchen after the guy like shooed you away.
Ooh, I like that idea.
You just pulled like an extra dimension.
No, you have to cook in front of the dragon. That's part of the show.
The dragon is too big to enter into.
Yeah,
so again, they're only like 10 feet tall. The dragon would be very
Yeah,
uncomfortable proceeding with.
I'll let them run and grab me food, but I'll cook in the main landing zone.
We request the chef to like help out with like handling stuff. Now he's the sous chef.
Thornscale pays for everything to make sure that he does. He doesn't seem particularly. Well, actually, at first he seems a little bit frustrated, and then Thornscale both vouches for you and gives him a large sum of coin.
You need like an extra dimensional pot that's like 3 times the size of you.
No, I do. I got it out of the thing.
No. He's talking about like so you get a pot that's like yay big, right?
Oh, but it's
But it's extra dimensional, so it holds like 1,000 times more.
So you literally cook food for a feast in a tiny little pan.
Okay.
No, it's gotta be 3 times the size of her too.
So with
Not,
that,
like,
go ahead and
expand
make your
when she,
cooking
pulls
check,
it
as
out.
you guys
And then, like, she said-
have now incurred the favor of a dragon due to a very high roll.
Do I get
It was
advantage for all
Feeblemind,
the
by
help?
way.
Yeah.
It was a 9th level feeble mind that had a permanent effect.
Do I get advantage for all the help from the
Hey,
sous chef?
I'm just saying.
Yes,
Zephyr
and-
was sent here for a reason.
True.
You're welcome.
Zephyr
Here for a
could,
teleportation
Fun
check.
fact, you guys actually would have had the
Bronze
opportunity
Drake.
to do this. Originally, when I wrote this, I wrote it before you guys actually went into the Prism Dome, because originally you were supposed to go to Ravenhold. And I did think to myself, I was like, I wonder if they would actually like try and use the dragon's favor to do something in the Prism. Maybe it's good, because now you have it saved. What'd you get?
23.
23.
I first had an infinite possibility. Now I have a dragon.
True. You're just racking out these random favors. Okay. You're able to make a very good meal. The dragon again seems impressed. You do not get a favor as was promised to Zephyr. You have been given permission to call on him for a favor. Also, for what it's worth, and via a little bit of conversation, as I would imagine both yourselves and I know for the rest of the individuals, the conversation with the dragon is a little bit more sparse, as they're not quite sure how to interact with him. But with you, you do also get the impression that it's not even necessarily he's saying you can only call on me at one thing. He's like, you can call on me until I feel I've repaid my debt to you, is the sense that he's giving you. So that is what you're doing. What you want to do with that is up to you. But that is effectively what he is telling you.
Zephyr's mentality treats him kind of like as an equal, not as he's above him or below him, just as an equal.
Well, currently for Trinity, the dragon feels effectively as if it owes you its life.
And on top of that too, I believe that Zephyr's thing is, I believe that favor will
Manifest.
reveal itself
Tico.
at some point.
He is most grateful. What were you saying with Tiku?
I was just gonna say, every time Tiku addresses the dragon or like talks to the dragon anyway, she's always talking in Draconic, but then she'll go back to common whenever she's talking to anyone else.
Also, fun fact, just in case you don't remember, bronze, breath and everything is lightning.
Correct.
That is correct.
That language is very guttural, Tiku.
Is there anything you look to learn from this dragon, or are you simply making small talk and effectively?
He's still a teenager, so Tiku doesn't think he knows a lot. But if he knows of any other dragons or anything, I guess we can look at like gain
I mean,
that
he definitely knows of other dragons. What do you ask?
If he knows what happened to either the Great Green Dragons.
That he does not.
What'd you make out of the T-Rex, anyways?
Well, I made a giant roasted
Die.
thigh. Sure. First.
Would be the biggest chunk
glazed.
of meat that you could cook.
Glazed in what kind of sauce?
Cranberry.
You do have pretty much full accessibility right now due to Thornscale in this merchant guild.
What is a dragon like barbecue sauce with a little buffalo?
As you make a sugary sauce.
But then I also make hot version, and I only have 2 thighs. So a hot version and like spicier version, and then sweet version, and then
He actually is a fan of sweeter things, just due to the nature by which he's been fed. Thornscale being a bit of a sweet tooth himself, thinking that he's giving like sweets to this dragon, it seems that at some point it developed a taste for it. So it'd be more so into just like the effectively sweet and sour vibe
Yeah.
of style food. But with that, you're able to have your meal with it. You have again incurred the favor of this dragon. You're able to get on friendly terms with him, to the point that you're at least comfortable enough that you're pretty sure that if you were to meet this individual again, you could address him. Both of you, save doing something that really pisses him off, will permanently be immune to this dragon's draconic presence, even after the typical window. So again, unless you somehow upset Bellamdor, you can't be...
Is it Bellamdor or Blemdor?
Blemdor, sorry. I have bad handwriting. And I changed it a little bit, but I like Blemdor more than what I
She
changed it
just
from.
secured the Eagles.
Okay, go.
But with that,
We already had wyverns.
after finishing the meal, so you have like an hour. So this would probably finish out. This is where you guys would be finishing out until we meet back up with them. You have the meal with the dragon, and then
Flemdor.
Blemdor, after finishing the meal, would leave the hangar, saying he'd be back in a few days. The last thing that does happen in that regard, though, is Thornscale. As he kind of leaves, he goes, "You know, I always thought that he would leave. I never expected him to offer to stay. I had a whole business plan for what I would do if ever someone was able to, if anyone was ever able to cure him. Now I feel like I need to rework a lot of things. I'm not okay leaving this relationship as it currently is. I'll have to figure out how to pay him more. However, the fact of the matter is, I offered you compensation for what you've done. Tell me, what is it you want? Are you also?" And and kind of like reaches in and pulls out a handful of platinum coins. And says, "Are you also a pursuer of riches, or?"
No, as you can tell, I'm a godly man.
Tico doesn't think she's ever seen one
But
of
I
those.
do.
He picks up one of the platinum coin.
I do run a
didn't know they
district
come in this
over
color.
in I forget the actual district name, but
Yeah.
I run a district in Zaprakar, and strangely, we are actually looking at opening trade over with a Grung village in
Dryson
Dryson Woods, in the Dryson's Woods.
Gungilly.
And wouldn't it be bad for us to open some trade relations in Ravenshold as well? If it's some way you could help out with that,
We are
I'd appreciate
extremely
it.
mobile, and I feel as if that is unfair. New trade routes and opportunity. Again, I feel as if you're doing me a favor.
It's strange
It's a-
how Zephyr works like that.
it's just a win-win scenario. I was like I told your friend, I think I was sent here to help you.
Tico's gonna make extra
He
sweet.
kind of nods.
Ryvron lays out the path. I just follow.
He seems to nod to himself a little bit. one moment. And he goes to the different supplies that were getting ready to be loaded up onto the dragon that have now all been kind of like set to the side. He kind of rummages through a few boxes, asks a couple people to help him find something, and then after a bit he comes out with a stack of papers and hands them over to you. He says, "We'll keep an eye out. We do have to make our way to Yavakal, but after that we'll be happy to make our way to Zaprakar and see what kind of relations we can start to set up. For the time being," again he hands this stack of papers and he says, "this is my main way to communicate. Think of anyone you can know if you want to send a message to me or really anyone."
And I hand him a letter back for, like, kind of like be able to get into the city and contact the
letter of
district and all that.
recommendation.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you give him a letter of recommendation, he just gave you the flying birds. He just gave you a
birds?
stack of 20 of the flying birds. So you have 20 messages that you could send out.
I think they're paper birds. Right?
Paper birds, yes, that is what they are.
Paper.
For what it's worth,
bird,
you,
yep.
you would know, even yourself, Altira being not as prevalent in magical items as like Kalasmir was from previously, each paper bird would actually be worth like 10 gold apiece. So for what it's worth, he just handed you like 200.
How much are like birds that just send messages worth?
That's
Messenger
oh,
pigeons?
to buy
birds?
message like a
Typically, you don't buy one of those. You go to different messenger, like you would go to
Like a
basically the
messenger tower.
UPS store.
yes, effectively a mailing outpost, and you would pay to have messages sent. You could try and pay for. You could pay for one, like specifically for you guys. If you wanted to pay for one, it would be that you have one set up in your districts or in Zaprakar, but you need to pick a location. That's how they're actually set up. They don't go to and from you, unless they have a magical way to find you. They go to and from locations, so you can send them to deliver messages. And typically, they're set up to where they go to different locations. You don't have a bird that you're like, send this. Go to this person. It's whenever you give this bird a message, and there's different birds that are assigned to different cities, the bird just knows to fly to the city. And that's how messenger birds typically work.
Okay.
You're telling me we can't have a Fire Nation hockey?
If you want a Fire Nation hawk, then learn how to summon a familiar. He's got one.
I was saying
Except
hawk.
for
I
it's got a range.
can't. and I can't use it right now because it won't spawn.
Indeed. Okay, so
Simply
with
be
that,
better.
Tiku
That
makes
is-
extra sweet and sour sauce to the dragon. Like
All right.
a whole pot of it.
You know, Tiku, we've been away for a bit. We should probably go check on everyone.
Didn't they say to meet him back here? We've been here the whole time.
No, we're supposed to meet. No.
And then
technically we
cut
might be
back to
yes,
them.
but with that, we're going to go back to them. So, Gurgle. You don't know if you want to leave. You've kind of like gone out to the middle. You've like almost started to back float out into the middle of this small pond. And again, this bath is, I say small, but it's like 15 feet wide. You could have a lot of people in it as you kind of like floating back. And again, it's not necessarily you don't want to go. It's you feel you don't need to go. There's no hurry. There's
on.
no pressing reason, nor is there any. Even if people need to go, doesn't necessarily need to be you.
Come on, Gargo. It's been like almost a minute now. Obviously, it's not working.
You want me to go game rooms, Darren?
No.
We don't need to go nowhere.
We gotta go take that test.
Yeah, go get him, Terrence.
It's not that
I'll wait into the
important.
pond and pick up
Make a wisdom saving throw.
He has advantage.
I have advantage?
You
How long does it take you to traverse through this after the interaction you had? No, I'll have you roll this.
I mean, ultimately, it's either difficult terrain.
There's
or
no way
just
it's been an hour.
That depends on how much you've been talking. Technically, you guys literally did talk for over an hour with that guy in real life. Those conversations, and you'd be traveling as well.
I got a 12.
No, I would say that no, it would be an hour. So you get your advantage. You get advantage.
Okay, I got 12.
It's not high enough. As Terrence, as you wade into the pool, and you kind of like as you stand there for a moment, and you also start to start to reach a pseudo state of. I was gonna say pseudo state of Zen.
Why did
Nirvana.
we let the
It's
non-mind
a-
guy go in the pool?
I didn't realize it was the pool itself.
What this kind of
How
feeling-
did
what
you
this
not
would be-
know it was the pool itself?
What this feeling would be is back before any kind of forced fighting or anything like that, like the idea of being able to just peacefully almost like play with friends and and interact with no obligation, or sorry, no worry of how people would think of you, having to fight afterwards, anything like that. And again, it's not that in a similar fashion to Gurgle, it's not that the problems aren't there. It's not that you're like suddenly like don't care about those things. It's that in the grand scheme of these different events, if you don't do it, like Dalaran's still involved. There's been leaders, there's been cities that have risen and fallen without you guys. What real change is it going to have if you guys are there? Just the sense that you don't feel you're necessary to complete that story, and your current story could be happy here. And that's kind of the feeling you have.
Terrence,
I get
buddy,
it. I get it.
you get what?
Silence.
I got it.
I pull out a rope.
As you pull out a rope, the elf looks, no. They have begun on the journey.
Yeah, we don't have time for this.
No hurry.
Them out.
I'm gonna start brush stroking.
Just gurgle, and Terrence just enjoying the water.
As Terrence kind of makes his way out to the end of the pool, at this point, both the individuals seem to stand up and look at the stone. The two individuals that were praying on the step, both of them seem to stand up, and you don't realize when it happened. As you kind of like look over them, and they look up, and it's almost as if you blink, and each of them has like a feathered cloak on and seems to have a bird skull over their head. And at this point, as soon as you actually see it on someone and you look about this floor, there's many more people in that attire than you initially noticed. At first, you thought it was just a high concentration of bird folk, but upon seeing that and looking in greater scrutiny, you see that some of the people you even took for bird folk are simply wearing that skull and that feathered quote, but they seem to have started to take on features of bird folk. Humans that seem to start to grow feathers, start to almost like pseudily grow wings that start to slowly do it. And you realize that, again, it's not that there's an extremely high concentration of bird folk, it's that likely whatever these items are somehow giving people the appearance and the effect of bird folk.
Google, Terrence, get out of here. Or get out of there. It's obviously affecting your mind.
You may make a persuasion check. You can still interact with them, as again, they have not given up on the goals. They just don't feel that they are necessary to them.
Dirty 20.
Okay, so against his dirty 20, both of you guys need to make a wisdom saving throw. With
Advantage or no?
I was gonna say, he's got advantage, but...
Yeah, you would still get advantage for this, and so don't tell me what you rolled yet. I want to figure out.
I was gonna say, I don't really know how this works.
Well, what it is your persuasion is lowering the wisdom check for them, because now they have someone talking to them against the effect. But additional saves are also made at increasingly higher values.
Wow.
So the way that this would go,
You gave him a chance.
because my initial value would have been this one would have been this one. All right. Now tell me what you got.
19.
10.
Then you kind of snap back too, and again, this isn't like I was under effects of magic, now I'm good. It's they seem to gain importance, almost like you're thinking through it in your mind. You think a little bit more, and you're like, actually, no, I am actually quite powerful. Our group of friends, we've already had a lot of impact, and you start to almost like logic your way back to, okay, maybe my role is important. Maybe I can't just stay here. I couldn't be happy just staying here because I know that I could have that same impact. You're getting more and more convinced that
If I'm
your role is actually not that
if I'm
necessary.
here, I can't cause crimes, even if they're accidents.
Which means Terrence's DC goes up again.
True.
You know, we could just go.
I will.
What the fuck, Razu?
You know,
He's not wrong.
He just looks so happy here, and you know what? He's got a
Terrence.
point.
Clyda, here, now.
That sentence made no. That sentence didn't make.
Get
any
your ass
sense.
over here now. You're going to visit Clyda.
I'll let you make one more. You have disadvantage this time for persuasion. And you can make another roll. If you roll low enough on the persuasion,
Clyda must see your progress.
No, you have advantage still because you have the spell on your effect. He has disadvantage to persuade you.
Can I
And if he rolls low enough, he
intimidate
will actually
him?
continue. He will make the check even higher for you.
Clyda needs to see you to see your progress.
I'll let you attempt to use intimidation. You're still at disadvantage.
In that case, I'm going to activate my bonus action. Cloak of Flies. Basically, the air around me gets several degrees colder as basically snow starts to envelop me, and it gives me advantage on intimidation checks.
As you try to cast the spell, it does not.
It's not a
seem to take
spell.
effect.
It's a class feature.
But specifically, though, his powers come from the serpent, and it'd be the serpent powers,
I
technically.
know.
So would it block that?
The serpent doesn't work in here.
It'd be like,
I mean, it is another god's
No,
territory.
that
Yeah.
it wouldn't work.
yeah,
Fair enough.
because literally all of his powers come
Yeah,
from that.
as you're trying to do it, and I'll give you, in a stronger sense than that sense you got from the storm, you get the overwhelming sense that your magic doesn't work here.
Same concept.
Which, by the way, you didn't feel it
abilities.
all, for what it's worth.
Natural 1 for a total of 9.
As you're expecting the spell to kind of back you at the intimidation,
I got a
it more so
13.
just comes across as pissed. as he's not listening. What'd you get?
13.
Just a Karen
13.
moment.
As again, you're more confident that you don't need to leave this pool.
need to leave this pool. This pool is.
Well, it's not. Sorry, it's not this pool. It's Ravenshold. It extends to this area.
A place of serenity. I don't have to be violent here. I don't have to be violent anywhere.
And you feel yourself starting to be pulled towards the Raven statue.
So you're not going to be a follower of
What do you-
Kellenborn anymore.
What are you doing? It does not impede your This place doesn't impede your ability to worship Kellenborn.
Yeah, I can still be a worshiper of Kellenborn here. In fact, I can actually practice the sanctity of life here more than I can with you guys.
What are you doing, Gurgle?
I didn't realize this is how we're going to lose Terrence.
Me neither. I thought he was going to go down in battle.
I gave that fucker advantage! What the fuck?
It's getting harder. What are you doing, Gurgle?
All right.
Maybe I'll take up botany.
How deep in deep in the pool is he?
Terrence is starting
crimes
at this
anymore.
point. He'd be starting to make his way to effectively go pray at the steps of the Raven Queen.
How deep, like feet into the water is he?
That's
the
what I
pool
was like. I
itself-
was like,
This is where he's meant to be.
So the pool itself is about 15 feet wide. At this point, he'd be close to the middle of it,
gonna
which
laugh
is
again.
deep enough that he is swimming. His feet don't touch the ground.
No, I'm not saying
Oh,
how.
I'm
How many squares into the water is he? Yeah.
Oh, he'd be 2 squares away from you.
I'm backstroking slowly.
How
Gargle, give me your whip.
Gurgle's still in the water.
Gurgle is still in the water, but seems currently
I pull
not
out a rope.
unaffected by the effects, but in your right mind enough to know that you have a prevalent role, but also that. So it's actually a little bit of both. It's okay. I would have an impact. However, due to the first initial fail, also that you still think you might be able to be happy here. It's a little bit of a decision. It's could I live here with potential regret of not dealing these things? And the only thing I'd say again that's kind of keeping you there is that in your head, this is kind of the thing keeping you into reality. There is a part of your story that's left unresolved, even outside of the world, which you do care about as Gurgle. Even outside of that, Gurgle's story is still unresolved. The what happened with your parents, what happened with your grandpa, and everything like that. That part is still unresolved, and that is that is why I'm still allowing you to act in the mind of Gurgle of, okay, you do still want to leave this area.
Okay.
It's just not in I'm under effects of magic, we gotta get out of here. It's this is a good place, but I have things to do.
I don't get any feeling from the elemental either. No?
As of this moment, no.
Well, I don't know what to do about him.
He's a goddamn fool, is what he is.
I go to the person that's been guiding us. Gonna
Hey,
do a persuasion
Sister.
check, I guess.
You need to chill.
I apologize, but he's a wanted Minotaur, and he's under my guard. I'm the higher-up overseer over him,
No, you're
and we
guarded.
must go. He cannot stay here, so I apologize if this would normally be offensive. Mean no disrespect.
And I grab a rope and I'm going to try to rope him out. Ugh.
Where do you get a rope?
You're gonna lasso?
I have a rope in my inventory.
Okay.
I started with it.
How good are you doing lasso?
I
It's
don't know, what kind of
survival.
check
He's
is that?
got some survival, I'm pretty sure.
It's
As
probably
you
fairly
as you
easy.
pull
Is
out
this
your rope,
actually water? My skin benefits from water, so I can probably tell if it's water.
it is not water.
It's not
You
water.
don't know what it is. It's liquid and you can float through it. It actually has a little bit more.
Doesn't absorb into my skin.
It has a higher density. It causes you to float. Right?
Viscosity.
That's how it works.
Yes.
Yes. So
If the liquid has higher density, you'll be on top.
yes. So the water itself is viscosity is the right
Yeah.
word that I would be going for. It's definitely not water. You don't know what it is, but it's not water.
I think they both work.
With that being the case, so a couple things to resolve real quick. First off, with you, as you pull out the rope and you like go to lasso Terrence.
Do you want me to make a persuasion check first? First and foremost?
Well, you can make a persuasion check. You weren't asking him to do something. You were just telling him, sorry, this is offensive, which I wouldn't typically. No, there's no persuasion check. You're just apologizing and then doing the thing. So you're not persuading him to let. You didn't ask him. You were just apologizing. So you wouldn't need a persuasion check.
He's
That
asking
said,
for forgiveness before
as
permission.
as you
I'm
pick
doing
up
this
your,
and you
as
can't
pick
stop
up
me.
your rope and you like you're quickly like tying a lasso in it so that you can lasso Terrence. Two individuals who are both wearing that same garment, one of which is. Sorry, I actually need to click on these guys. Wait, here we go. Sorry, just one moment.
Combat's about to break out.
We're not here. We're out cooking.
I wonder when the Dragon Fear is gonna come into play. That'll be fun.
It depends on how big his spear is.
Sorry, I had this open and then I closed it because I didn't think it would be applicable.
Foolish DM.
So two individuals walk over to you, one of which is also a Kenku, the other of which is actually a human simply wearing that garb. They both are wearing a raven skull. The Kenku actually almost seems like the skull is... It almost
Part
looks
of him?
made to fit his skull. It's almost like his own skull, but somehow put over top of his beak. It's a little bit off-putting. As you're preparing your lasso, he comes over and says, "You do not want to do that." And then he actually just gets down low enough to where you kind of see him, and you kind of almost like creepily look over to him, and you see. So first off, he has yellow eyes, for what that's worth. And as you can see, the one eye, it's kind of like looking at you, and he gestures and points towards the statue. And as you kind of like follow it and you look to the statue, the raven, the statue of the Raven Queen that was kind of like just holding stationary has it very much so the head seems to have turned and is looking at you.
What's the punishment for the action of pulling him out?
The punishment for interrupting the cleansing ritual is an encounter. For what it's worth, it's also the blessing. However, the degree by which you interact with Her Holiness varies. Now, do what you will.
The fuck does that mean? Talk with normal words!
At this point, he stands up and says, "I wish you good luck."
Holy shit, dude. Y'all religious folk are weird as hell. Like, my God,
It's like
it is not that hard to speak English.
I get enough of this shit from Zephyr.
Despite your insults, all of them seem unperturbed and seem to leave you to your devices now.
Not even an insult, just bro. It's not that hard.
Gargle, what are we doing? If you continue to stay,
Holy.
if you continue to stay in the pool, I will say that you know the pool is having an effect on you, and if you don't leave it, I will make you roll again.
How high? How big is this room?
So this room, it's a It's on. I just don't know why it went so quiet. Oh, what the heck? I'm not connected. It's unplugged. Oh, there we go. Sorry. I unplugged the music at some point. Okay, the room itself is about 15 feet tall. It's like a single floor of a building. A little bit of a taller floor, but not... it's 15 feet tall.
Did I make it to the shrine?
I'm trying to figure out what Gurgle is doing, because I'm either going to make him roll again, or he's going to be getting out, and I need to figure out what he's doing.
I'm also...
I kind of want to, like, start swimming back, and then I'll whip lash around his ankle while I'm going, but I'll try to do it, like, softly. Or I'll just do it with my hand. I'll just tie it around his... And then, like... slowly yoink him back so that he doesn't realize he's not moving. And then I'll come back to the shore. Be like, I don't think I got my cloak, guys.
Okay, so for the sake of this would be a contested grapple.
Yeah, I'm just
Terrence is attempting to swim towards it.
He's just backstroking.
Would Terrence have disadvantage because he's not...
He's in the water,
aquatic?
Yeah.
But
it doesn't matter. He doesn't
Gurgle's
have...
not affected.
That doesn't matter.
Are you affected by water? Can you swim at full speed?
He can, yeah.
Okay, so yes, actually, you would have disadvantage. You would not, and it'd be contested to see if you can stop Terrence, because he would still be like he's very much making the choice to go through it, even if it's not 100% half-hearted. The moment you meet resistance, he would start to try harder. So it would be contested grapple.
He's like, knock it off. Hey.
So
I just don't want. I don't even want him to know that
He's going backwards.
I don't even want him to know that he's not moving until he's like, wait a second.
I'm at disadvantage?
Yes, you are at disadvantage because you're in water, and Gurgle is an aquatic creature, and then Gurgle is straight rolled.
I got 10. You gotta beat the 10.
Yours is athletics.
That's really not hard for me.
Like you're rolling with advantage.
No, you don't have advantage.
I do have advantage on grapple checks.
No, you're using your whip.
This is just contested athletics in this case.
I mean, even if you take the lower roll, I'm pretty sure I still beat him. But
in this case, you're effectively rolling to attack to grapple him and then pulling him. But I was letting you just hit him because you're not actually trying to. You do not have advantage. That is the short of this. So you need to lower. You need the roller.
He is taking the lower.
Disadvantage on yourself.
It doesn't matter. I still beat him. I have a +8, so
14 is his total.
Okay, so you're starting to go towards the edge of the pool. Again, you're not overly upset about anything. You do notice that you're being kept from it, and you do feel as if being on the edge of not having to worry, funnily enough, not having to worry about rage anymore, is you almost start to get a little bit frustrated, a little bit angry that you are being kept from this. So, in the sense of you find a place that seems to allow you to not have to rage.
Frustrate.
I would say yes. And so, as you're going to the edge of the pool, the way that I'm going to do this is, Gurgle, you get to the edge of the pool. Do you wish to get out?
Yeah, but I'll very discreetly keep one hand under the water so nobody knows that I have a whip under.
The water's clear, just so you know. Despite this not being water and having a higher viscosity. It's still clear. You can see
dark
the
room. Can I
no, this whole area is quite well.
Just so you're aware, viscosity is what mosquitoes use, or not the the water striders to stay on top of water. It's basically water tension.
Doesn't matter.
Quick question. Can I now attempt to swim towards the shrine?
Yes. So at this point, you would just be able to make an athletics check. Swimming is just an athletics check, and you would just be contested athletic check in this. Or no?
17.
Would this be contested athletics from you? You're trying to just hold him.
Athletics is the strength version of grapple.
It would be athletics.
Yeah, I think it still would be. So there'd be a contested athletics to, and you do have to use athletics for this because you're contesting strength.
It's 25, I believe.
You got a 17 on the die.
Do you have a +8?
I do, but I rolled a 9.
Oh, yeah. It's not even close. It's
okay. So the way that this is gonna go.
It's not even.
So you are gonna go into a rage right now, but in going into your rage, you get to attempt the wisdom saving throw again.
Actually,
For what it's worth, I'll even just tell you this straight up.
I got an 18.
No, I'm pretty sure if he.
You have advantage?
No, I'm pretty sure if he rages.
I'm pretty sure you still have
immune
advantage.
to charm effects.
This
'cause
is
you're
not a
level
charm
6
effect.
Barbarian?
This is not a charm effect.
This is religious effect.
This is, I would quite literally call this a godly effect. That said, 18 is your check that you were at. By the way, every time the check was failed, it increased by 2. So eventually, you were just gonna be caused to stay here. With that being the case, as you rage and in that frustration of like you can't make it, you realize that again, like Gurgle. It's not in like, oh, this place is bad, it's affecting me with magic. You realize the importance of your role. And you realize that you are still on probation. It would not be right to not fill out that sentence.
Yeah, Clyder would be disappointed.
You have sworn a new oath to Kelemvor, and that has not been quite fulfilled. So despite the fact that you might be able to be happy here, you again realize in this moment of breaking it that it is not... It might not be the best course of action for you to stay here.
Where's the closest edge to the pool?
At this point, you actually be pretty much in the middle, so you could just go any direction.
I'll just go back where I came.
Okay, so you just turn around and swim
I
back.
activate my boots of speed.
As Clyder, as Terrence just quickly up onto the side as you both get out of the water. The elf that's with you seems a little bit disappointed. Worth noting, Razu, as you look around for those 2 individuals that we were just talking to, they're gone. You don't even see them like anywhere as you look around. That said, the elf that's with you,
Religious people, dude.
while he seems a little bit disappointed, kind of like specifically looking to you too, he says, it's unfortunate. It seems that maybe this is not the best place for you.
I just wanted a bird cloak. I don't even know what happened.
Let's not even worry about it. Let's go and be done with this place.
All right, time to take the test.
At this point, Gurgle, you hear like one of the stalls calling out, who seems to have like store versions of these cloaks. Not but like 20 feet away from you. As almost seeing what you just did,
like a merchandise.
like seems to call out to you and says,
tours.
"Don't worry, if you do not wish to acquire the authentic version, we do have that same type of garment that you're more than welcome to purchase."
What is the point of having a 21 passive perception if you can't see that shit?
You just don't pay attention to it. It's not that you don't see it.
That's literally what he was doing it
No,
for.
he was being directed. He asked, and then they were like, "Yes, I'd be happy to show you." And he was being directed towards it, so the attention would be on that.
I try to cast a mage hand just to see if it works.
It works.
Wait a second.
All right, let's go.
Could you direct us to the mages now, please?
Do you wish to purchase your replica? They're not nearly
Is this
as
place like the
effective,
labyrinth?
but, this place is just one large floor, and you'd have to go back to the pulleys to go back up to the top.
Oh, okay.
Or, sorry, the lift system, which is using pulleys. But for you, do you wish to go over to the merchant to actually purchase the aesthetic of whatever this religious garb is?
Hypothetically speaking, what would happen if you stole from a god? You didn't hear nothing?
Sure I did.
You'd piss the god off.
What if they don't know?
You'd piss the god off. We're leaving. This way.
All right.
Okay, the elf starts to direct you back towards the lift.
I buy a cape and a bird head.
5 gold.
Damn.
Indeed.
Expensive.
Those are high quality costumes, man.
Holy shit, Frog.
Look at that.
I didn't know you wanted to look like a bird so bad.
Made it.
And now you actually understand
Kelemvor.
why Dalaran said be careful
Or not
about where you go within Ravenshold.
All I'm gonna say, I pre-planned and it still didn't help.
You know, if freaking Tiku wanted to take it off with freaking Zephyr could probably do the religion like, no, don't
He's
fucking
gonna
go in
see
that
a
water.
tag on it. It says made a new obelisk.
Did you recognize the water when I described it?
Oh yeah, I knew exactly what it was.
I assume it was from the water elemental guy from the library.
No, wasn't this from below?
No. Adrakal Woods.
Yeah.
Isn't this the same shit that
I don't remember that.
that the dude went in Vox Machina?
No.
That worships the Raven Queen?
I don't know about that.
He literally goes into the water and she's like,
No.
This is 100% my take on the Raven's Queen. It's not the same.
Do you remember? There was a city in.
No, I remember Adrakal Woods, and I remember that.
All right. Well,
Anyways,
we can discuss that afterwards.
Remember
but
the pool?
For now,
Not even slightly.
Yeah, there was a pool there.
the pool of gifts. He does not remember. Okay, whatever the case, this is from last campaign.
Yeah.
For anyone
That
that's
was
just very confused.
that water's pretty trippy.
For what it's also, as you guys continue to make your way back, following Zier, he takes you to the lifts and brings you back up, and a little bit pushing things along as you're traversing through Ravenhold. He takes you through more of the halls and eventually takes you out to what is the bottom part of the beak. Going out, the beak is actually slightly open to where there's a slit to where you can see out over the Adrakal Woods a bit. There is glass that is currently there's a wall of glass, and as you guys are in here, you realize that from the outside it looked like the beak was closed, but from inside you can see outside of it. It's almost like this entire area, this entire large section of beak is. And this is only like the tip of it, by the way. It's not like the whole beak. You guys go to like the very tip of the bottom of the beak, going through different hallways. But this portion, all of the walls seem to be made out of glass, and you can actually see a teleportation circle right near the peak of it. It's almost like that's where you arrive. Almost like the glass somehow seems to allow for more magic to come into the room.
I can just see the teleportation circle?
You can see the teleportation circle. That said, so I've told you this before, just so you know. With teleportation circles, it's not just that you have to be aware of it. And I understand that the spell says that you have to effectively attune to the teleportation circle to be able to utilize it.
Okay. Because this just says that you can study it for 1 minute. And you can technically study it from afar. But yeah, I gotcha.
With very similar, it's not that you have to tune for an hour. It is a quick attunement process. But you simply have to you effectively interacting with it, studying the runes a little bit.
Gotcha.
It would be a sense of studying it. And in my head, that was just more so like attuning to the ability to utilize it. But with that, there's a group currently of, how many of them are currently in here? Oh, wow. There's 9 people currently inside here. The vast majority of them, again, seem to be human. Specifically, 7 of them are human. 7 humans, 2 elves. The last individual's not here. And we'll say Zier actually points that out, and he says, 9 of the 9 of the 10 elders are currently present, and the one that is not, you already have received his blessing due to your recommendation from Dalaran. With that being the case, you simply must gain approval from, and he gestures to the 9 of them. And they very clearly seem to be almost like in Star Wars with the Jedi assembly. But they're all currently standing. They all seem to be wearing mages' garbs of different kinds, different colors, mainly towards fall colors, but all of them having mixtures of brown in with it, seemingly matching the colors of the different wood and oak and things like that of Ravenhold. As they call for you to step forward, one of the humans steps
stride forward and tooting and saluting.
As you greet them, one of them steps forward. Kind of like just looks up and down at you for a moment and says, well, good news for you. The typical, we'll call it screening that we do for most, was done for you by Dalaran, as he has done much good for us. And from what I understand, you
broke the bubble that was going to consume the Dressen Woods, yes.
Yes, you and your friends completed our request. So, the only thing we ask from you is that, well, it's quite simple. And they gesture in front of them, and as one of them gestures, multiple of them seem to focus, and a circle of runes appears in front of them.
Circle of truth?
Yes. As they gesture in front, they say, so really, it's a simple question. If you'd be so kind as to step into our circle, we just have one question, and then you'll be free to attune to our teleportation circle.
I'll step forward and I'll purposely fail it because I know if I don't purposely fail it, they know, which is annoying.
Okay. As you step into the Ring of Truth, again, the same individual says, well, the question is a simple one. What intent would you have in returning to Ravenhold by this teleportation circle in the future?
Speed, mostly.
Only convenience.
Pretty much. We have to travel across the continent constantly, and sometimes it is of time essence, like now. So in the future, when I need to go to any city on the west coast, I would prefer to head here first to save myself several weeks' travel.
One additional question, then. Would you swear by that? One might say...
Would I swear that I would only use it for convenience?
For non-malicious gains.
Magically swear?
Of course. And as he does it, he kind of just runs his hand down, and a piece of paper, almost like lined with gold, seems to out in front of you, with arcane wording across it.
I read it.
Effectively, this is a contract stating that you will not utilize the teleportation circle by any or for any kind of malicious means towards Ravenhold. Should it be broken, the contract would take effect, which in this case would kill you.
Could I use Dispel Magic to get rid of this contract, like after I signed it?
Maybe.
Okay.
Never mind now. Magical contracts isn't something that you've dabbled in too much.
Sorry.
Intentionally. You know that your connection to the serpent can't be dispelled with dispel magic. How's that? Contracts do seem to have a certain degree of power. But any magic that is done can be undone as well, so...
I mean, all this contract is saying is I can't use the teleportation circle for malicious means. If I had malicious intent towards the city, I could technically just evade it normally.
Yes.
Okay. I check for fine print, but other than that, it seems
Make an
fine.
investigation check.
8.
8? It seems very straightforward.
I will peer through it with the lands between, just to make sure there's no fucking, I don't know, corrupted soul in this paper.
Does not seem to be anything out of the ordinary, considering it is a magical contract.
Fuck it, I don't see anything wrong. Sure.
Okay, so they it has a quill that would have spawned with it as well. So I assume you just go ahead and sign it.
Yeah, I don't have mage hand like I thought I did. I'll walk up and I'll just sign it.
Okay. After signing the contract, they just turn around and say, "Wonderful. It is just a precaution to make sure we can ensure the safety of Ravenshold.
Obviously.
By all means, study our circle. We shall wait here just to make sure you don't do anything nefarious towards the circle while you're here."
I thought that's... Oh, right.
They're making sure you don't actually try to destroy the teleportation circle.
I was saying that I thought that's what the contract was to prevent, but it says I can't use it for nefarious... Yeah.
Indeed. Okay, so with that, you're able to attune to the circle, and really, unless there's other business that you'd have at that point, you finish up attuning, and then they'd be bringing you back to the hangar. Is there anything?
I will just pause, just because I'm curious. Any of you heard of the name Glorindar?
The vast majority of them actually kind of look to each other. Of course.
Who's he?
The guardian of the Dryson Woods. He's been around for some time.
Fuck. I just walk up.
As you swear and just seem to walk away, they just all kind of look to each other confused. And at this point, you guys are escorted back to the hangar. We're gonna say you come in at the tail end of them finishing their, finishing the food.
Fuck Zephyr!
Is it before or after? It is after the dragon has left. As the dragon was simply eating food and then...
Do they experience the fear?
We were underground.
Well, they're bringing you back to the hangar because that's where you guys said you were going to meet.
And you said the dragon's gone.
And how far
How
is
would
the
the
range?
fear exist?
Let me check how far the range is.
We just watch him take off.
For all I know, it's a mile.
I thought it required sight.
It
does
does
what I thought it did.
not require sight, however, it is far enough away that you would not experience it. Okay. So yeah, you would notice the dragon's gone though, and that they're finishing up a meal. They seem to be interacting with someone who is very clearly a merchant. Kind of got loose cloths on, nicer trousers, rings. I didn't realize I didn't describe this individual. Nicer. He's got a bunch of rings. He's got slicked back hair, but it's shaved on the sides.
Zephyr!
Tiku's got like 5 bags of gold.
Also, sorry. No matter, despite what you said, he did give you guys 500 gold.
Oh. Okay.
So this is at the tail end of them finishing a meal.
Yes, the dragon had left though. So,
But I come in. Is there still any like food left?
yeah, I would say there's like a couple servings. There's a couple servings of what appears to be T-Rex, but you can tell the vast majority of it is gone.
I will help myself and be like, "Is this free?" As I load up a plate.
How much of it are you keeping?
Usually you ask before you load up your plate.
Well, because if it's not free, I'm just gonna have Zephyr pay.
Zir continuing to stay with you all as you guys are finishing up the meal with the individual staying here.
I just call out, "Hey, do you guys take wood?"
Call out, and the merchant you guys are currently with, Thornscale, kind of like points at Tegan. The dragonkin is the one who actually made this, so if you wish to pay someone, you pay her.
Good.
Our contributions were small in the face of the help we
Hi,
got.
guys.
And
Hey, found out who Glorndar is. You're gonna love it.
Sit down and start eating the meat.
It's the fucking dragon.
as you just met with the dragon, you're like, that's not his name.
I thought. I wonder if that was his original name. Apparently, he's now going by Blemdor. Wait.
Fucking what?
Nemdo.
Blemdor.
Are we talking about the same dragon?
Who the fuck
Oh.
is Glemdor?
Blemdor with a B.
Oh.
I dispelled magic. Some thing.
The bronze that was here?
Yeah, he just flew off. You just missed him.
I would have been nice to see. Damn, I missed that. No, I'm talking about the forest one.
Oh, the forest
Oh, you're
one.
talking about leaves?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
what? Okay.
You helped dig his grave.
I mean,
That was obvious, no?
doesn't
was
mean his
digging a
time is
larger
now.
grave.
But his time may be soon.
I mean, ours are already dug.
And you
yeah?
hastened the process.
Our graves are dug out too. I'm not planning on dying at any moment.
Digging everyone.
I've already died.
I think we see the graves of the ones that are nearest to us.
Also, I'm pretty sure
I
he's
haven't
digging
done-
a grave for every living being. No?
I'm still alive.
So am I.
Tiku doesn't know what we're talking about.
I think it was more of a
Thornscale's
Test.
also like, this all seems a little bit out of my periscope.
Oh, cool.
I think it was more of a
What's a
test
periscope?
to accept things
Flight
that
of view.
If you don't
like-
think it's
it's like-
important,
you ever
I guess
seen
it's
those
not.
guys- those
I was
guys
just
with the
informing
one-
you that I
one
figured it out.
eyeball? With the one like half glass.
good to know,
where
though.
They like put it on.
Oh, by the way,
Then
the
they,
dragon
like,
owes us a
have
favor
the
now.
other zoom thingy.
That's
You mean you?
That's a spyglass.
Damn.
Well,
No. That's like.
We've been gone for an hour.
oh,
That's like
also,
what you
I
use
set
on
up
a
a
Yeah, that's a
relationship
spyglass.
with the merchants here
No, I'm
to
talking
help us
about,
with
like, the
trade
thing with
between
it's like a hat.
Ravenhold
Put it on.
here and the Grung village.
Never seen one of those?
Thornscale kind of just like,
I don't
wait,
understand
is
what
he
you're
still
talking about.
currently present with you guys?
That's not a
So
periscope
for an
either.
hour,
No,
you
no,
guys
that's
free a
not a periscope.
dragon and set up a merchant's
not?
thing, and I have to
Yeah.
save these two from almost killing themselves.
That's
Killing
important.
this
Wait,
bitch.
why they almost
Speaking
killed
of
themselves?
excellent
Thornscale
food.
actually responds to that and he says, oh, Did your friends venture into the...
Yeah, like fucking dumbasses.
Apologies if I would have met with you first. I could have warned you.
By the way, River, I'm not
I gave you permission, yes. You are slightly better.
Psycho!
You still fell under the
They've
control.
lost their
What
mind!
control? I gained
The pools of
perspective.
tears are...
Why don't you
They,
still
from what I
have the
can
perspective?
tell, seem to...
We haven't crossed out.
Because I gained perspective.
They seem to push down any kind of trauma and allow you to be happy in your current standing. For what it's worth, if you learn how to... I could show you. And he kind of like reaches about his purse and pulls out a small vial of that same stuff. It looks to be like water. And he says, in small doses, and I can tell you I went through a lot to get this. A trade agreement has been set up for myself. It can help with... Well, the easiest description for me is it can help deal with trauma. If you have anyone who is suffering a post-traumatic stress from events or memories,
It's a.
it can.
You would say it's an antidepressant.
Is it permanent?
Yes. Depends on the strength of what it's suppressing. Most small egregiences or... you saw how my guild interacts with each other.
Yes.
All by choice, again, mind you. Small disagreements that might slowly build on top of each other to build into bad blood. This will cleanse you of that slight frustration.
The
So what have you
Raven
done?
Queen doesn't have any problems with this.
I've experienced an encounter and received permission.
Even gods sometimes realize money makes the world go round.
It
Tico is
is
wondering if this god thing, or
fairly
this money thing should
financial
be
in
a god.
nature. With this, he puts it back and he says, I would give some to you, but unfortunately, per the nature of my agreement, it has to be purchased. And
How much?
Of relationships I like to keep in good standing, a relationship I've...
By the way,
those with
Tico,
God would be at the highest.
if there was a god of money, there would probably be a dragon.
It's Wazarine.
True. That is probably true.
The goddess of wealth is one that I am familiar with.
Is it a dragon?
No.
Who... What
That
is
seems
any
like a
god?
miss.
Could it be a dragon? I have my suspicions. For what it's worth, I personally believe it's a golden dragon that simply got a little bit too big for its britches. That said, to answer your question, each of these is 50 platinum. If you wish to purchase one, I'd be happy to give it to you, but typically I sell this to my closest companions, but due to the nature of... I'm sorry, I assumed you were all together based on your friendly nature.
Oh, we are.
Well, then yes, I would allow you to purchase. I only have one on me currently, but if you would like it, I would be happy to sell it to you.
That's some expensive nicotine.
It's not
My-
the
my
most
friend-
expensive in the world.
My friend here has had some traumatic
Oh
experiences
yes, Tico
recently.
is very distraught. Not that she wants to put it in her cooking pots or anything, and maybe show it to the backer, but maybe it's just I am totally depressed.
All I'm saying is that sounds like the best alcohol that one could buy.
You know,
I agree.
Tico thinks that Sarah needs it more than Tico, but
So we
actually
got-
that's not true.
sit there and
He
you shouldn't
smiles.
deal with your trauma by using drugs.
Why not?
He smiles a little bit and he says, I think I may have... Tiku, your meal was quite good, but I realize I've forgotten to pay you for it. And at this point, he pulls out the 50 platinum and pays you 50 platinum. He says, a payment for a fine dinner for myself and, of course, my friend.
Is this the actual money we got?
No, this is additional
additional.
platinum. He's effectively coming up with a workaround to how he could give you this vial if you want it. As he pays you 50
goes like,
platinum for your
thank
meal. As he pays you, and then you simply give it back to him, and he gives you the vial, and he says, now my contract is not broken, and I believe it was something actually worth the money.
Hold up.
You're quite a good chef yourself.
Thank you. I'm good.
So you tell me that pool is a pool of godly enhanced 100% alcohol.
It's the same as Moradin's Forge.
It is
This
not
is-
alcoholic. It is, however, it is intensely arcane in nature.
Is that what ambrosia is? You know, like the wine of the gods, you know? Is that what
I
this
don't know
is?
what ambrosia is. However, divine alcohol is... That is a thing.
That's
most
full of
commonly-
divine alcohol.
Funnily enough, not credited to Moradin as most would assume, but Wazarine.
You know who makes the divine alcohol?
Oh yes, I purchase and sell it.
What segue wouldn't give to taste that?
Technically, he died
Well,
free.
as pleasant as this has been, again, we will make our way to Zaprakar as soon as we have some time, but I am actually missing on a celebration that my own crew is having. While these events have been important, and I believe in the power of your god.
What is that?
If nothing else, I appreciate
Who
that he
doesn't know
would
how to
send
say
you
goodbye?
this way. And for what it's worth, I will look into it myself. I've never really cared much for gods, but if there is one that would send such as you to a place as random as this for a favor like this, he's someone I find worth looking into.
I appreciate you being open about it. But let's not keep you. We got
Yes,
things to do
well,
too.
Good luck,
Just
and
don't
if
get
you
too
wish, if
close.
you need any supplies before you leave, and he just gestures to the boxes they all have planned. He says, "I trust you not to be too extravagant in your taste, but please feel free to take some supplies."
You got any healing potions? Those are always useful.
I have many actually, and he gestures to like a grizzled older woman. The girl seems to be missing her right hand, and seems to have a small metal hook, but not like a Captain Hook. Not like Captain
By the way,
Hook.
no, I'm just thinking like the person with the healing potions is the person missing the
Well,
hand.
no, she doesn't actually have the healing potion. Give me a second.
Okay, sorry.
Her right hand is missing, but a small hook that seems to be hooked into a clipboard. It's almost like she has
Okay.
just a clip-on, and she seems to be taking inventory.
Okay.
And he gestures to her, and he says, "Dara, she, yeah, just give me 1 second. Dara!" And he just calls out to her, and she comes over, and again, in more of like a less friendly voice, she says, "How can I help you?" He says, "Is there any other supplies necessarily you're looking for?" Again,
Tiku likes cooking supplies. Any spices?
I'd be happy to send you some. A cause I'm happy to be behind based on that meal. Some healing potions we can more than easily afford. And turning to Dara, he says, "Go ahead and give them... what is our current stock?" And she just flips the clipboard over to him and says, "Is this 6 your main crew? Do you have more members, or is this...
No, this is
No,
it.
this is it.
Give them 12 of our greater healing potions and 4 of our minor healing potions. I believe we should keep the rest of the stock for our crew. But hopefully that can get you lit away. Make sure that Tiku is supplied with some of our finest spices. Give her some of our finest meats as well, the dried ones that can be easily ported.
This is a good man. He's a good man.
Do you know how to get more of that? I'm gonna call it god
Tiki,
water.
you would think anybody's a good man if they give you meat.
This particular, and he gestures towards Tiku as he's sold it to Tiku.
That's good.
Says,
Good man. Give you good meat.
You would have to acquire the favor of the Raven Queen. My favor
You've
is...
already acquired that, though.
Well, yes,
So
I
I can just
have
purchase it
more.
through you.
Well, yes, if you want to purchase more, I definitely have.
How much you got?
He looks to Dora again, and she
By
just
the way,
kind of shakes her head.
Just make things easy. Everyone just put 2 greater healing potions.
And then
2
there's
greater?
Yeah.
2 greater healing potions. Oh, sorry, I said greater. I meant to say superior.
Okay, that's fine.
And then I literally went both of them wrong. So it's 12 superior healing potions and 4 greater healing potions is what he just
Okay.
gave you.
And then I guess I'll just keep the greater on me for and just
Yeah.
in the
Everyone should have a
Currently, we have
Yeah.
4 that we
yeah,
could
2
part
superior.
with. I unfortunately am not, per a deal that was made, I cannot discount them, so it would be 200 plat if you wish for all 4. But I could include those, but they must be paid for per my agreement with the Raven Queen.
What?
If you're ever in Zinderhold,
More potions for 200 plat? Is that what we're deciding on?
He's trying to buy him, yeah.
if you're ever in Zalpakal, or I think we're going to the Zinderhold
Doesn't
place,
he have the money?
No, I do. I have
Next.
the money.
I'll cook
I
you more
thought he said
food.
he had the money.
We plan on heading to Zaprakar after our trip to Yavakwal. So hopefully I can catch you there. I intend to make contact with Zephyr's region and see if we can't set up trade, help establish those lines between Gongili
My
and
region's be
Zinderhold,
booming.
Zaprakar.
Nice. Well, when you swing by, I'll cook you a good meal.
I'm looking forward to it. Perhaps we can involve some of my men.
What? Well, you're going to.
I
you're
offered
Going,
upstairs, but they
you're
didn't
going
let
to
me.
my home?
I pull out a gem and I just say, "This is worth 250 plat."
They're gonna help
For what?
He takes it and
Gurgle. They're gonna help create like trade routes.
it would still have to be worked down into a usable format.
Very competent
so
merchants.
If you were to take the labor out and
Pull out the second one.
well, no, I was going to say I likely wouldn't be able to give you extra coin as
I wasn't expecting it.
well. Forgive me, I am a businessman and I must make sure that I am cheating no one. But I would take that. Yes, I believe that would still fulfill the agreement. Okay, so you are given 4 vials. By the way, each one, it's a small vial. This is a single drink.
Yep.
This is not multiple use. So Tiku has 1, you have 4.
This
Why do you want God water?
Tiku is maybe not totally gonna use it
What are they?
for that.
I'm not paying attention at all.
God water? The juice from the Raven Queen? Is that
Bro.
what we just got?
He was not paying attention at all.
I just
We
didn't
can catch
think
you up
we
later.
were, I just didn't think we were buying juice of the Raven Queen.
Why do you want so much God water, bro?
That's what it is
This,
now.
you want to know an accurate depiction of this? It's holy water, but it's holy Raven Queen water. It's holy water. To the point that that's what I would call it. I would call it a vial of holy water. And you maybe could like do parentheses Raven Queen.
Not water.
Tiku has an extra
Essence
shoulder
of the Raven
packer, but
Queen.
she
That's
totally
better.
forgot.
I like that.
What?
We're gonna call it the essence of the Raven Queen.
I'm sticking with God water.
Bro, why you want so much God water? You got some drama, bro?
Tiku has something to do.
I believe it is my money to do with as I please, Rasu.
I also feel like a couple members of the group just kind of like look at you like, have you
Oh.
been absent for
If you're
the
gonna
last few months?
if you're gonna go to if you're gonna go to my hometown, you should probably memorize or have this symbol. And I show him the symbol on my shield.
He makes note of it. And he says, well, first off, I must establish relations with Zaprakar.
I'm just saying they'll eat you.
Well,
He's saying it is very
maybe not.
dangerous.
Maybe
he
not.
seems to, he like starts to go through his different options. He says, I believe that Zephyr said they were setting up trade and we were going to help facilitate. I'll keep in mind your symbol, though.
Just in case.
He has one of his. He has
got
one of the
big-
individuals
they-
come over and like quickly make a rendition of your symbol.
They got big alligators. Just tell them we sent you. They'll know.
They're very tasty, by the way.
He pulls out a letter of recommendation that he got from Zephyr. And he says, I was intending on that. Yes. That said,
Alligators.
again, any other supplies quickly before I must make it back to my.
I believe I'm good as long as everyone else is okay.
Well,
I'll leave
I
you
will
some
check
bubble.
out
I'll leave you some.
their
I'll leave you
merchant
some
guild.
sweet sour
I
bubble.
There isn't by chance a way you could
Ah,
restore this, and I hold up my Hearthstone that we got from the Gungili that allows you to go between the ethereal and normal plane. Or
takes it. He says, I could, given enough time. Well, I have connections that would allow me to. Perhaps I could take it with me and then I could bring it to you in Zaprakar.
Yours is broke.
it's not broke, it's just almost out. I used it a lot more than you all.
I'll see if we can't maybe make it a little bit more efficient as well. I hate things that expire.
Perfect.
Bad deals. He takes it and he hands it over to, in this case, he would hand it over to Dora. And says, well, I must be going. I wish you the best of luck, and I look forward to future endeavors.
Where is your biggest pot?
She wants a magic
We'll
pot.
we'll find it.
specifically.
You get back to your.
No, I was saying it to Looney. Not to.
She wants
As Dora kind of like
wants
looks
a
over
magic
towards
pot, specifically.
Thornscale, and Thornscale just like nods
It's
to
for
her.
the barbecue sauce.
Dora seems just frustrated, but directs you, Tiku, to go find.
I'm just gonna like make a huge batch in their big pot, and I'm gonna leave them with like a bunch of spicy barbecue sauce.
Okay. So, with that, Thornscale. So Mr. Thornscale makes his way back to the Silver Oak Inn.
I think I would have rather been with you during the hour.
That's sweet barbecue.
With
sorry.
that, what's
Sweet
your
and
guys'
sour
plan?
barbecue.
Your teleportation circle has been attuned on your very quick errand.
It literally is just supposed to be boop boop. It's like a female going into a store.
We should,
Ouch.
and all that teleports.
We could teleport, or
Hey, we saved a dragon
Or-
and met the sweet marching guy.
since we're already here, what if that merchant guild has cool magic items?
You do
we
realize
need to
the
get
giant
going.
storm that is currently encroaching on his city, right? That we have to.
one other thing that you would-
We've already been here all day.
One other thing
We've been
that
here for 2 hours.
One other thing that Zephyr would know, they were literally just celebrating having sold all of their goods. The reason they're going to Yavaqual is to replenish their stock. They just got off selling
When
all
they
of
come
their
to
stuff.
Zalbarkal, they'll have stuff. But if you want to request something, you probably can give it to the girl.
You like that? That is something you could do with the merchant
I
guild. You
didn't
could,
know
like,
this.
request
I
it.
was swimming in liquid
forget-me water?
mercury.
That was me telling you something that Zephyr would tell you in response to you
Yes.
saying that. As he's been talking to him and had dinner with him and different things like that.
They don't have anything on hand right now, so we should get going. Time is of the essence right now.
Is there anything anyone wants? I guess look it up later until here.
All right, where's this
Pearl of
teleportation
power.
circle?
Get that one back.
Or I guess we can just teleport wherever, huh?
Well, not wherever.
No, I meant like we can use teleportation. You have to be on a teleportation circle to use a teleportation.
So I can
Yeah.
teleport from wherever
that's what I
to
meant.
a.
Yeah. The answer to your question is yes. He can teleport from anywhere
All right.
to a predetermined location.
How does this ritual work?
It'll take me a little bit to set up. Once it's set up, I can only maintain it for a certain amount of time, so just be ready to go through.
Do you need any help? You got it.
I'm pretty sure I've got it, but I've never done this before. But I haven't done any of my magic before, so...
So what's the worst thing that happens to us if this doesn't work?
You end up in the middle of the ocean, you end up in the middle of a volcano, you end up in 3 pieces, spread across the continent.
I mean, the three
There's a
pieces.
pretty big downside.
The three pieces is the only
It'll be
one.
fine.
The three pieces is the only one of those that I'm not okay with. I can
Zephyr
deal with
looks
it
at
all.
you,
You
puts
know,
his hand on your shoulder, like, you got this.
I'm bullshitting.
Rivaron.
I'm bullshitting you,
Blues.
Zephyr.
Rivaron
It can't fail.
Blues.
It's only teleport that can fail.
That's the downside to the teleportation circles. You have to attune to it, but
Yeah.
the upside is that it can't fail once it's actually done.
Alright. So I'm going to summon my blade, and I'm basically going to pull out the gem from Rollamond's.
Did we grab all our wyverns?
You're in
Rollamond's.
the hangar, so you would just go back over to him.
Yeah, we just walk over to them. Rollamond's diamond from his component pouch, and I basically just run my blade along the diamond, and it almost just vanishes into the water becoming more magically tuned, a lot more brighter, and I basically just start drawing circles with the blade, and as the circle completes, it almost attaches and starts rotating on an axis in just slightly in front of me. And this takes about a minute, just drawing circle after circle, and just like a full-on gyroscopic of water rings before, as I draw the last circle and just tap it forward, and all the rings slam into a single plane of existence, and basically from the other side, you can see Zoprakar, at least the entrance to the throne room, or the teleportation room. Okay,
All right.
go now.
All right, Tiku.
What? Oh,
These are like pushing her through it.
As you guys taking the wyverns as well, which by the way, it's in the tower. It's not the throne room. It's in one of the.
I said throne room, but I said teleport
so,
circle.
As a quick reminder, just especially because I don't know if I've said this before,
In the throne room.
Zoprakar's royal
here.
the castle effectively is instead more so a sequence of buildings and rooms built into the side of a cliff. It is a specific one of those.
Yeah, it's a. That's what I meant to say.
For what it's worth, it actually is or was within Mutalim's territory, which means that it's actually within your territory is where the teleportation circle is.
Our territory.
Yes, your guys' territory.
Nice.
So, utilizing the teleportation circle, getting a few interesting looks from different things, also being a little bit happy that you do seem to have a connection to your magic in the hangar. It seems that the connection seems to break when you enter into Ravenshold.
Yeah.
Whatever it is that caused that. But with that, you guys all enter through you all go through the teleportation circle.
In case it's not obvious, this is not your normal teleportation circle.
You proceed to finally make it to Zoprakar. And that is where we're going to end for today. Turns out the whole session was in Ravenshold. We did not level up. I apologize for any tech issues that we had today. I don't even know if this is still live.
This camera died too.
Apparently one of the cameras died. There was some problems.
Blame CrowdStrike.
Apparently.
Right.
Blame CrowdStrike is what he said, is he doesn't have the mic on him. That said, yeah, thanks to anyone that did end up watching. Sorry about all the technical issues that happened. And quick thing, we will be playing earlier starting next week. He's starting at 6 p.m.
Mountain Standard
from now
Time.
on, Mountain Standard Time, rather than 7. But with that, hope everyone has a good night. Goodbye.
Bye.